Chapter 1033. Ji Zhongran's provocation made Ling Xiao somewhat confused. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao had broken Wan Qiufeng's arm in one move, so Ji Zhongran, whose cultivation was lower than Wan Qiufeng's, should be afraid of him. But why did the other party still dare to provoke him? Could it be that this so-called capture the flag was actually a plot against him? No way! Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that he was already valued to this extent? To spend so much effort just to deal with him, it was really something. However, Ling Xiao had never believed in heresy. You want to deal with me, right? Then I'll accompany you to the end. Of course, confidence was one thing, but the main thing was that in this kind of situation, the other party probably only wanted to humiliate him and didn't dare to take his life. Otherwise, Feng Yishan wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Sikong Zun. Taking a step back, even if the other party really wanted to take his life, wasn't Feng Qingyan present? His existence was the guarantee that Ling Zhao's life would be in no danger. Thinking of this, he sneered and said, "Shameless person, betraying the country, betraying the people, and betraying the people close to them. How ridiculous! What a joke, the winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. This has been the case since ancient times. That old thing Xingdi didn't want to pass the Holy Sun position to me, so he deserved to die. What country and people, they're all jokes. I only know that I'm living very well now, very comfortable, singing every night, feasting every day. Don't mention how happy I am," Ji Zhongran said disdainfully. "Ling Xiao, you are also a talent. Why do you have to degrade yourself? If you pledge allegiance to the Phoenix Academy, your future will be better than now. The winner prospers, the loser dies, the weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of martial arts. The Heavenly Wolf King destroyed the Yunhai sect because the Yunhai sect was weak, so of course I have to follow the general trend. This is called adapting to circumstances, being a wise man. Haha, you're really a bunch of things that only remember what you eat but not what you hit. Divine Phoenix Academy has just lost the pill market, Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hand Sun Shang, and even Vice Principal Phoenix Cry Wachon was beaten half to death. How come I can't see where you're strong?" Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. "Since you want to compete, then I'll play with you. Master, I'll deal with this kind of self-deprecating thing." Just as Ling Xiao was about to fight, Cold Plum stepped forward. "Are you all right?" "Of course. Master, you know my body best. As long as I don't use my Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, there won't be any problems." Cold Plum transmitted her voice. "To deal with that trash, the peak of the 6 heavenly arts is enough. All right, I'll leave it to you." Ling Xiao nodded. "Understood, Master." Cold Plum slowly walked towards one of the passageways, then looked at Ji Zhongran and said, "You can begin. TSK, you're Ling Zhao's maid, right? How can a lowly person like you be worthy of challenging with me? I'll go first." Ji Zhongran looked at Cold Plum and couldn't help but frown, as if Cold Plum's identity would make him look inferior. He rushed towards the savage bear first. Cold Plum didn't move. She might not lose if she started later. Ji Zhongran's cultivation wasn't high. He was at the peak of the 6 heavenly arts, but his ability wasn't weak. He only needed one punch to tame the savage bear. The savage bear was intimidated by his strength and obediently allowed him to ride it. However, the next arrow tower might not be so easy to break through. There were 2 people on the arrow tower, and each of them would shoot 7 arrows. In other words, there would be 7 waves of attacks, and there would be no pause in between. Only after going through these 7 waves of attacks could they pass through the arrow tower and finally reach the battle flag. Bang! Smack! Ji Zhongran seemed to have been prepared for the first wave of attacks and dealt with it very easily. The 2 arrows were all sent flying by him and didn't have any effect on him. He dealt with the second and third waves of attacks with ease. That movement technique, that strength, all of them were used very skillfully. It looked like this guy should have made sufficient preparations for the capture of the flag this time. In addition, his own strength wasn't bad. Therefore, the first 3 waves of attacks didn't put any pressure on him. However, the fourth wave of attacks came faster and more ruthlessly. Ji Zhongran finally ran into trouble. In a hurry, he actually made the savage bear under him help block an arrow. He finally withstood the fourth wave of attacks. It was just that this time, he was clearly affected by the cold air, and his movements also became slow. When it came to the fifth wave of attacks, he was no longer able to dodge. A sharp arrow pierced through his arm, and he was defeated. According to the rules, as long as one was pierced by a sharp arrow, no matter the position, it was considered a loss. Of course, brushing past did not count. So powerful. This Ji Zhongran is only at the peak of the 6 heavenly arts. But he actually dodged the first 4 waves of attacks. This is the best result so far. Voices of surprise sounded from the crowd. However, Ling Xiao's face was full of cold smiles. This Ji Zhongran was not only a traitor, but also a shameful piece of trash. He relied on cheating to reach this step. What a piece of trash. The Sikong Zun had probably told him about today's test long ago. He had practiced who knows how many times, but in the end, he still couldn't succeed. If this wasn't trash, then what was? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Cold Plum's performance next would definitely give this traitor a resounding slap to the face. The human you looked down on had a much better result than you. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy were celebrating Ji Zhongran's breaking of the record. They didn't even spare a glance for Cold Plum. Many of them even looked down on Ling Xiao, not to mention Ling Xiao's maidservant, Cold Plum. Cold Plum didn't pay attention to them. She just slowly walked towards the savage bear. At first, the savage bear's roars were very loud, and it looked abnormally fierce. Seeing this, Ji Zhongran sneered. "Lowly human, don't be slapped to death by the savage bear. That would be too embarrassing for your master, ha ha ha. Ha ha." Among the students of the Phoenix Academy, there was also a loud roar of laughter that echoed. However, in the next moment, their laughter came to an abrupt end. Cold Plum didn't do anything. She just calmly walked towards the savage bear. The savage bear that was roaring incessantly suddenly lay down on the ground like a well-behaved cat, allowing Cold Plum to ride on it. What? What did that woman do? The people of the Phoenix Academy didn't know what Cold Plum did. However, Ling Xiao was very clear. Cold Plum had already completely merged with the murderous aura that was second only to Yigushin's. Coupled with the sinister aura of a malicious spirit, even the stupid savage bear could feel a huge threat. Although the savage bear was stupid, it understood what fear was. They would choose to directly surrender to an enemy that they couldn't defeat. Humph, even if she was lucky enough to tame the savage bear, she definitely won't do better than Ji Zhongran in the following Battle of the Arrow Tower. Someone in the crowd snorted coldly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly. What exactly did this person rely on to be able to say such unreliable words? Cold Plum's performance quickly slapped this person in the face. Facing the first wave of attacks, Cold Plum didn't even move. Chapter 1034. In the face of the first wave of attacks, Cold Plum did not move at all. As a result, the 2 arrows exploded 3 to 5 meters away from her. This kind of performance was much better than Ji Zhongran's. The second and third waves of attacks were exactly the same. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of Cold Plum. No matter what came, it would be directly shattered. Humph, let's see if you can still be so relaxed in the fourth wave of attacks. Ji Zhongran snorted coldly, obviously a little nervous. If Cold Plum broke his record, then he would lose face. However, in the fourth wave of attacks, although Cold Plum was not as relaxed as before, she just raised her hand and the dagger in her hand slashed out 2 sword chi, knocking 2 arrows away. This level of attack was much more relaxed than Ji Zhongran. No way, this woman is really hiding her strength. It seems that she is more powerful than her master, Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ji Zhongran is probably going to lose. As they expected, when Cold Plum faced the fifth wave of attacks, she still just raised her hand casually. The sword she broke through the air, and the arrows broke. These attacks posed no threat to her at all. But what made many people feel strange was that after the fifth wave of attacks, Cold Plum actually turned around and walked back. She had no interest in capturing the battle flag. She just wanted to vent her anger for Ling Xiao and Haim Myungkale. Walking into the team, Cold Plum glanced at Ji Zhongran and said, "You can't even beat a lowly maid like me. What a waste. It was really a wise move for the Holy Emperor to choose Sister Mingkong as the Holy Sun." Hearing this, the warriors of the Phoenix Academy did not feel good. They really did not want to be slapped in the face like this. But they could not refute it because in terms of results, Cold Plum was better than Ji Zhongran, and the whole process was so relaxed. Obviously, she was much stronger than Ji Zhongran. Ji Zhongran's face was red. He didn't know whether it was shame or anger. Perhaps it was both. Back in the Sacred Dynasty, he was the son of the Holy Emperor. Although he was not the Holy Son, his status was equally revered. Furthermore, he was also hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. The only person who could surpass him in terms of talent was Haim Myungkale, his dear little sister. After he arrived at the Phoenix Academy, he cultivated with all his might and still managed to gain the appreciation of the Academy's teachers. Originally, he thought that he could become stronger and then follow the true demonic empire's arrangement and return to the heavenly dragon continent to establish a new sacred dynasty. So what if it was a puppet? He didn't care. However, the dream that seemed like it would soon be realized was cruelly interrupted here. If he couldn't even beat a servant girl, what qualifications did he have to compete with Ling Xiao, the chosen one? No matter how stupid he was, he could see the huge gap between himself and Cold Plum. Hateful! Ji Zhongran looked viciously at Ling Xiao. "Since I can't beat you, then I'll find a chance to get rid of you. At that time, no one can stop me from becoming a puppet of the true demonic empire." "Good! What a heroine!" LV Qinglong clapped his hands and felt that Cold Plum was really good. However, he was also a little confused. Cold Plum obviously still had strength left. Why didn't she continue? Of course, he didn't know that Cold Plum did this because she wanted to leave the glory to her master. Cold Plum was very clear that Ling Xiao needed to become a centurion. Only then could he legitimately lead the army. "Is there anyone else willing to try? Are the disciples of the two great academies only so capable? Do you want our pledge ceremony to end in failure?" LV Qinglong roared. "Lei Roland, don't you want to try? In terms of cultivation, you are stronger than Wan Qiufeng. In terms of movement, you are much better than him. I'm afraid that other than young Master Jia Yun, you are the strongest person we have this time. Do you want the martial artists of Qingshu College to keep the record?" In the Phoenix Academy, someone looked at a woman in white. This woman looked very ordinary, like a little sister next door. Her appearance and figure were not outstanding. It was almost impossible to see her in a crowd. However, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Her strength was much stronger than her appearance. Lei Roland looked at Cold Plum and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. That Cold Plum is much stronger than me. It doesn't make sense for me to go up." This person's eyesight was indeed outstanding. She also saw that Cold Plum didn't use her full strength. Even if she won, it would be meaningless. What's more, she judged that she could at most survive the fifth wave of attacks, and her performance would definitely not be easier than Cold Plum. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to embarrass herself. She was a calmer person and not that hot-blooded. "Since none of you have the guts to fight, then let this young master perform the finale." The one who spoke was the Righteous Alliance's Jia Yun. Jia Yun smiled and continued, "In terms of background and strength, other than me, no one else has the right to be a centurion." His words were extremely arrogant. Although Ling Xiao found them laughable, they were very normal in the eyes of many people. The status of the Righteous Alliance in the Divine Phoenix Empire was actually higher than that of the nobles. The status of the Righteous Alliance Lord was above that of the Emperor. Based on this point alone, Jia Yun dared to say that he had the best background. In terms of strength, Jia Yun believed that no one present was stronger than him. Of course, he saw himself as a ninth heavenly layer martial artist. This was because he felt that he would be able to break through by the time he reached Northern Desert City. Good, as expected of the Righteous Alliance's young Master Jia. Let us see the strength of the Righteous Alliance, Sikong Zun loudly said. Of course, he was happy. After all, besides being the commander of this army, he was also the vice principal of the Phoenix Academy. He couldn't possibly watch as the Phoenix Academy was suppressed by Qingshu College. Jia Yun walked out of the crowd, and before he issued the challenge, he intentionally looked at Ling Xiao. This young master still remembers what happened at Ling Yu's courtyard. You'd best not forget it. Since you're a lowly human, you should obediently play your lowly role. Don't always try to rely on your luck to change your status. Not only is that foolish, you'll also lose your life. These words caused many people to start discussing. They didn't know what had happened at Ling Yu's courtyard, but it seemed like Ling Xiao had definitely offended this Jia Yun. Otherwise, Jia Yun wouldn't have said such nasty words. Ling Xiao coldly sneered. No one is born a slave, and no one is born a noble. Don't forget that when the human king founded the sacred dynasty, he was just a puny human. Don't forget that the ones who defeated the true demon empire were also humans. Don't forget that your righteous alliance was also created by humans. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such words that betray your master and forget your ancestors? Chapter 1035. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jia Yun and said, You're right. I want to obtain merits and change my fate, but so what? Can you stop me? Don't blame me for not warning you. For my goal, I'll do anything. If you dare to stand in my way, I'll kick you aside like a stumbling block. Ling Xiao's words were filled with righteousness, neither servile nor overbearing. Arrogant. He was truly arrogant. To dare say such words to young Master Jia of the Righteous Alliance, he was either an idiot or truly arrogant. There's going to be a good show. Hee, looks like there's a story behind this. Interesting. If I knew that you had a sharp tongue, this young master wouldn't lower himself to your level. Let's see who's stronger. Jia Yun was unable to outtalk Ling Xiao, so he could only coldly snort and jump into one of the passageways to prepare for the challenge. Ling Xiao also walked out of the group and stood in another passageway. Please, young Master Jia. Let me see the spirit of the Righteous Alliance's young lord. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. After saying these words, Jia Yun flew into the air. With a roar, the savage bear on the ground prostrated on the ground, allowing him to ride on it. Good. Deafening cheers came from the Phoenix Academy, all of them cheering for Jia Yun. Jia Yun smugly smiled as he urged the savage bear to charge forward. Facing the first, second, and third wave of attacks, he easily neutralized them as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, he couldn't shatter the arrows like Cold Plum could. Thus, he had to break through the arrow towers. Otherwise, if he couldn't even beat Cold Plum, he would be a laughingstock. In the fourth wave of attacks, a sword finally appeared in Jia Yun's hand. With a thrust of his sword, 2 arrows were shattered. Beautiful. Another round of cheers sounded. Jia Yun easily neutralized the 5th wave of attacks. This made many people nervous. Because if he could withstand another wave of attacks, Jia Yun would be able to surpass Cold Plum and break the record. The Phoenix Academy hoped that he could break the record. The people of Qingshu College didn't want him to break the record. The 6th wave of attacks was extremely ferocious, appearing before the 5th wave had even ended. Jia Yun had clearly shown a flaw, so much so that the skin on his arm had been scraped. Even so, he still managed to dodge the 6th wave of attacks. Master Jia! Young Master Jia! Master Jia! Deafening shouts rang out once again. Every martial artist of the Phoenix Academy had an excited expression on their faces. Jia Yun had broken Cold Plum's record. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Sikong Zun couldn't help but clap. The 7th wave of attacks was even more terrifying. It appeared almost at the same time as the 6th wave. Jia Yun used the barbarian bear to block one of the arrows. He had learned this from the previous one. However, his performance was much better than that person's. When the savage bear blocked one of the arrows, the sword in its hand also blocked the second arrow. Although he was shaken to the point of bleeding from the corner of his mouth, he still managed to withstand the last wave of attacks. Good! Sikong Zun was so happy that he shouted. As expected of the young lord of the Righteous Alliance, as expected of a student of the Phoenix Academy. Well done! Now go and get the war flag. Jia Yun stood there with his sword in hand, his white robes fluttering in the wind, causing countless female disciples to scream in shock. He also glanced at Ling Xiao smugly. You brat, go f***ck yourself. This war flag belongs to me, Jia Yun. Ling Xiao looked at Jia Yun with a cold smile. Jia Yun might not be able to see what he could see. The moment he was close to success might be the moment when all his previous efforts would be wasted. Jia Yun gracefully flew toward the war flag. However, in the next moment, there was a loud explosion. He was blasted away, his entire body charred. Although his injuries weren't serious, he had been utterly humiliated. What happened? The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy looked at Sikong Zun in confusion. This was because the test that Sikong Zun had told them didn't include this part of the test. Sikong Zun was also puzzled. He looked at LV Chenglong and asked, General LV, what's going on? Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, I only added a few earth-shattering bombs, which are commonly used on the battlefield, at the end. No army would allow others to steal their war flag. Therefore, these bombs are usually buried around the war flag. LV Chenglong smiled and said, On a real battlefield, earth-shattering bombs are much more powerful than these. Even a celestial realm martial artist would be blasted to death by them. If you don't even take precautions against this, how can you talk about getting the flag? You're really spoiled. General LV, this isn't appropriate. Why didn't you report this to me beforehand? Sikong Zun was a little angry. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, I still have this bit of authority. If you're not satisfied, you can report this to the Emperor and remove me from the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief. LV Chenglong wasn't afraid of Sikong Zun. Moreover, what he said was the truth. There was no need for him to report such trivial matters. If he had to report everything to the Commander-in-Chief, the Commander-in-Chief would be exhausted to death. Ha ha ha, I'm a little too excited. Indeed, these boys should really suffer a little. Sikong Zun's expression changed very quickly. When he knew that he couldn't do anything to LV Chenglong, he chose a different tone. Then, he looked at Jia Yun and said, Young Master Jia, don't worry. With the abilities of you students, it's impossible for you to discover and crack the earth-shattering bombs at the end. Therefore, your results are already the best. Commander-in-Chief Sikong's words are a little too arbitrary. The battlefield changes rapidly. If he couldn't even detect the earth-shattering bombs, he would have died long ago. If he had put his complacent thoughts on observing the situation around him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. His strength is good, and his talent is good, but in the end, he's just mud that can't support a wall. A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be shocked. Who was so bold as to criticize Jia Yun in public? And he directly refuted Sikong Zun's words? They looked in the direction of the voice. Damn, it's Ling Xiao again. This boy is doing it on purpose, isn't he? But I think what he said is reasonable. Commander-in-Chief Sikong's words are too arbitrary. This boy hasn't gone on the field yet, has he? I don't think his results can be better than young Master Jia's. It's useless to say anything now. We'll know after watching. After a round of discussion, everyone's attention was focused on Ling Xiao. Sikong Zun said coldly, You said that I'm arbitrary. So you can seize the battle flag? Why not? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, the earth-shattering bombs have been exposed. Of course you're not afraid. Do you dare to let us rearrange the mechanism? Sikong Zun said again. If Commander-in-Chief Sikong wants to set up a mechanism that even a Tao Insight Realm warrior can't resist, then I certainly can't. But I don't think you're that shameless, are you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Chapter 1036. Don't worry, Ling Xiao. General Lu and I are here. Even if we rearrange the mechanism, it won't be more difficult, Feng Qingyan said. Okay, I believe Vice Principal Qingyan. You can start now. Ling Xiao smiled and sat down cross-legged to wait. 15 minutes later. Okay, everything's ready. You can start now. Sikong Zun sneered. Although the mechanism was set up under the supervision of LV Chenglong and Feng Qingyan, he firmly believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to crack it. Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong wore awkward looks on their faces. The difficulty of the mechanism didn't increase, but it was a little cunning. However, all was fair in war. Other than cursing Sikong Zun in their hearts, they didn't say anything. After all, he didn't break any rules. The eye of the world opened. Everything was in Ling Xiao's mind. I see. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. However, he already knew everything. Start! As Sikong Zun finished speaking, Ling Xiao didn't move. He was still sitting there. Is this guy stupid? I guess he's trying to find the flaw in the mechanism. I think he can't even tame the bear. He's just stalling for time. There were all kinds of discussions, but it didn't affect Ling Xiao's plan. Look! Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed. Why is the barbarian bear walking towards Ling Xiao? Is it taking the initiative to attack? This didn't happen just now. It's so strange. Even stranger things were yet to come. When the bear reached Ling Xiao's side, it actually crouched down obediently, and used its teeth to gently pick Ling Xiao up and place him on its back. F***CK, what's going on? Could it be that this barbarian bear is his brother? Even if they aren't brothers, they must know each other. Otherwise, why would it let him ride it? It's the secret soul skill. There were experts in the crowd. For example, Feng Qingyan. Soul secret technique? LV Chenglong asked doubtfully. He was a general who specialized in fighting head-on martial skills. He didn't know much about soul force, but the battle intent he had honed on the battlefield could still protect him unconsciously. Even so, he knew almost nothing about soul secret techniques. In short, it's a practical method of soul power. When you're strong enough, you can control any beast. The lower the intelligence of the beast, the easier it is to control them. This brat actually has such a trick up his sleeve. It's really surprising. Feng Qingyan smiled and said. He realized that he still didn't know enough about Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had this kind of ability. So what if he tamed the barbaric bear? I don't believe that he can easily break through 7 waves of attacks like young Master Jia. Ji Zhongran coldly snorted. That's right. How can a mere human be qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as young Master Jia? Someone immediately chimed in. Who told you that I have to break through 7 waves of attacks? Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at the warriors of the Phoenix Academy. He looked at them as if they were idiots and said, On the battlefield, strength is one thing, but if you don't have brains, you'll die faster. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, LV Chenglong suddenly revealed a smile and muttered to himself. This brat might be able to figure out the true meaning of breaking the secret of the arrow towers. Not breaking through 7 waves of attacks? Don't joke around. If you want to admit defeat, hurry up and get back here. Don't mislead others with your lies. That's right. If we don't break through the arrow towers, how can we reach the battle flag? You're right. I want to break through the arrow towers, not 7 waves of attacks. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed with both hands. A red sun all and a dark shadow all broke through the air at the same time. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive sounds before anyone could react, the 2 arrow towers were directly demolished. At that moment, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Damn, it can be done like that? Ha 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 ha. Brat, you're too awesome. So that's how it is. Even I was almost confused. I didn't understand the key point. Feng Qingyan suddenly laughed out loud. To be honest, when an ordinary person faced the arrow towers, the first thing they would think of was how to break through 7 waves of attacks. However, Ling Xiao was an exception. His thoughts were different from others. He's indeed powerful. Even if he can think of this, he still needs to have the destructive power to destroy 2 arrow towers. This brat seems to be more powerful than his actual cultivation. LV Chenglong was also full of praise. Vice Principal Sikong, isn't this considered breaking the rules? Jia Yun was anxious. He had worked so hard to get through 7 waves of attacks. In the end, Ling Xiao actually demolished the arrow towers. This made him very depressed. Of course it's not breaking the rules. On the battlefield, this is the most direct and effective method. It can even create a stronger deterrent force. Not only is it not breaking the rules, but it should be praised. LV Chenglong did not know Ling Xiao, but he was not stingy with his praise for Ling Xiao's performance today. After hearing LV Chenglong's words, Sikong Zun could not say anything else even if he wanted to. He could only nod and say, "It's not breaking the rules." Continue. Ling Xiao nodded. Just now, through the eye of the world, he discovered that the earth-shattering bomb near the battle flag was not dismantled. Only a few subtle changes were made using the array. When a person stepped into that area, the earth-shattering bomb would not explode. However, if the person touched the battle flag, the earth-shattering bomb would definitely explode. This Sikong Zun was really cunning. He probably guessed that Ling Xiao would carefully investigate this area. Even if there were other traps, they might be discovered. However, all he needed to do was make some slight adjustments, and everything would be different. Although this method could be used to trick others, it was not so effective against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao slowly stepped into the minefield. The earth-shattering bomb did not explode. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy were obviously dissatisfied with this. Some even thought that someone had gone easy on Fang Xinjian. However, Sikong Zun's lips curled into a cold smile. The next step was to make you lower your guard. Ling Xiao walked near the battle flag and suddenly raised his head to glance at Sikong Zun. He smiled faintly and said, "Commander Sikong, your cunning, oh no, your intelligence is truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, this junior only has a rough understanding of formations. So, this mechanism that you set up is truly a waste of effort." After he finished speaking, Ling Xiao grabbed the battle flag and waved it with all his might. It didn't explode? Sikong Zun's face instantly darkened. "Thank you, General Sikong, for your mercy. Can you announce the results now?" Ling Xiao reminded Sikong Zun. "Of course." LV Chenglong excitedly wanted to announce the results but was stopped by Sikong Zun. Chapter 1037. Wait. According to the rules, those who win the battle flag must compose an improvised battle song to encourage the soldiers to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. How could General LV forget about this? General, we didn't inform them about this before. It's not appropriate to bring it up now. The races in the mystic world all value martial arts and don't value literature. This is a bit difficult for him. LV Chenglong frowned. He knew that Sikong Zun was deliberately looking for trouble. Ling Xiao was also speechless. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. The words he learned were all related to martial arts. He had never learned the 4 arts, so he knew nothing about them. If he really had to compose a battle song, it would be really difficult for him. This Sikong Zun was really ruthless. "Ling Xiao, are you going to give up? If you give up, you won't get the position of centurion, and you won't get the privilege of doing things according to the circumstances. Are you sure?" Sikong Zun ignored LV Chenglong and asked Ling Xiao loudly. This was F*King intentional. If Ling Xiao chose to give up, all his previous efforts would be in vain. But if he didn't give up, what could he do? Could he just make up a random battle song to make up the numbers? Not only would that be useless, he might even make a fool of himself. For a moment, Ling Xiao was in a dilemma. Ling Xiao is good at everything, but unfortunately, he lacks literary talent. Feng Yanran also sighed and said, "Although Si Kong Zun is indeed making things difficult for him, if he really can't do it, then he can only blame his bad luck." Jia Yun sneered. His originally gloomy face was filled with pride again. Seeing this guy's proud smile, Ling Xiao didn't want to give up. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly touched something. That thing had always been hidden in his spirit realm. It was like a water ball that originally contained countless memories and knowledge. But he really didn't know where this thing came from. Maybe it was some memory of the human king? Or maybe it was something he got from some inheritance. Ling Xiao felt a little confused. However, when the water ball was touched, it suddenly exploded, and the things inside instantly filled his entire mind. In that instant, all sorts of grotesque things appeared in his soul realm. Basically, he had never seen any of them before. He had never even thought about it. At this moment, he had no time to care about those things. Instead, he was more concerned about the large amount of knowledge and memories regarding battle songs and poems. This is too amazing. Any one of these items can pass the test, right? Ling Xiao, who was originally frowning, instantly became excited. General Sikong, do you think that if I improvise a battle song, I will be given the position of centurion and the privilege of doing things according to my discretion? He suddenly looked at Sikong Zun and asked. That's right. Sikong Zun felt a little strange. Ling Xiao had a worried look on his face just now, but why did he suddenly seem to be enlightened and not nervous anymore? All right, then I'll sing for you, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Are you sure it's singing? Not reciting? Sikong Zun asked. Singing was much more difficult than reciting. After all, reciting only required the words, but singing required the addition of a song. The difficulty level increased by more than one level. That's right, I'm singing. Listen up. Ling Xiao was absolutely confident that when he sang his battle song, it would definitely resonate with the soldiers here. This was because when the battle song appeared in his soul realm, he suddenly became excited. What was even more strange was that after the battle song and soul power merged, it actually produced a special effect. It added another ability to his soul judgment. Holy King! The first ability was burning the heavens, which burned everything. It was obviously a large-scale elemental attack. The second ability was Tomb of the Gods. To be precise, this was a practical method of summoning soul power that could communicate with the dead. The third ability was Divine Pot. This should be the ability to materialize soul power. It could absorb the soul of any object and then convert it into one's own soul power. The fourth ability was Holy King. To be precise, this was an auxiliary ability. The battle song was just one of the abilities. Its main purpose was to increase one's own combat power or defense power, and so on. Different battle songs should have different effects. The awakening of this power was an unexpected blessing for Ling Xiao. He took a deep breath and a loud and clear song instantly resounded through the entire military camp. The smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north. The dragon rises, the horse neighs, the sword is like frost. My heart is like the sea, the water is boundless. Who can resist me for thousands of years? Crazy with hatred, the long sword points. How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in their hometown? Why regret dying 100 times to serve the country? Holding back a sigh, speechless, eyes full of blood and tears. Horses gallop to the south, people look to the north. People look to the north, the grass is green and yellow, the dust is flying. I'm willing to defend the land and reopen the borders. The great divine phoenix wants to give way to all sides. To congratulate. Silence! Deathly silence! Even the martial artists of the Phoenix Academy had fallen into a deathly stillness. After a long while, the soldiers actually began to shed tears of excitement. Too emotional! Too emotional! Because these soldiers saw themselves in this song, heard themselves, and thought of themselves. They felt their blood boil and their snot and tears fill their chests. What sort of battle song was this? This sort of feeling was simply indescribable. It wasn't just a change in mood. The soldiers even felt like their blood was boiling, and their bodies began to glow red. This was the manifestation of their fighting intent. They could feel that their bodies were brimming with energy, and they truly wanted to go to the battlefield and vent it. What sort of dog's hit battle song is this? It's so unpleasant to listen to. A voice suddenly rang out. It was none other than Jia Yun. But his words made countless eyes turn to him, and they were all glaring at him in anger. What do you want? Even though Jia Yun was the young lord of the Righteous Alliance, even though he was normally very bold, the sight of tens of thousands of eyes staring at him with murderous intent made him tremble in fear. If these people really wanted to kill him, even the Righteous Alliance wouldn't be able to do anything. What's the name of this battle song of yours? LV Chenglong excitedly asked. He found it hard to imagine that such a battle song filled with the colors of the battlefield would come from the mouth of a 16-year-old youth. Moreover, that passionate song completely embellished the solemnity and heroism of the battlefield. Even an old fellow like him couldn't help but feel excited. Loyalty to the country! Ling Xiao blurted out. Of course, this wasn't the name he came up with, but the original name of the song. Loyalty to the country! Good! LV Chenglong's eyes flashed as he said good twice. I didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be so talented in both martial arts and music. Why didn't I notice this before? Feng Qingyan was also extremely excited. Ling Zhao's performance had truly exceeded his expectations. Chapter 1038. Feng Qingyan had originally thought that Ling Xiao would be defeated in this aspect, but to his surprise, Ling Xiao had displayed his most perfect side. Not to mention others, even Sikong Zun was shocked. He inwardly sighed helplessly. Why isn't Ling Xiao a member of the Sea race? Why isn't Ling Xiao a genius of the true Demon's Empire? Below the stage, Cold Plum, Hai Miankeo, and the other girls were all infatuated with Ling Xiao. They had been by Ling Xiao's side for quite some time now and were well aware of how powerful Ling Xiao was. But none of them knew that Ling Xiao had such a move up his sleeves. Today, not only were they stunned, they had all become fangirls. The loud and vigorous song was brimming with the heroic spirit of a martial artist and the vigor of a young man. This was truly too suitable as a war song. Jia Yun's complexion was rather unsightly. After being warned by the tens of thousands of soldiers, he had not dared to say anything else. But in his heart he understood. Today, in front of Ling Xiao, he had truly suffered a crushing defeat. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao had ultimately obtained the war banner, so he was definitely stronger than him. In terms of literary talent, he believed that he would never be able to compose such a miraculous war song. This was because he had never heard of a war song that could directly produce an effect. Normally speaking, a war song would affect one's mind and soul, allowing a martial artist to forget their fears or become even more courageous. But Ling Zhao's war song could directly increase one's fighting strength. This was simply unimaginable and unheard of. He, the mighty young Alliance Lord of the Righteous Alliance, had actually lost to a puny and insignificant human. When he thought about how he had mocked and disdained Ling Xiao, he felt his face burn as if someone had slapped him. The most courteous thing was that the soldiers of the Imperial City Barracks who had previously treated him with utmost respect were now looking at Ling Xiao with reverence. And those female martial artists of the Phoenix Academy who had been constantly throwing flirtatious glances at him were now looking at Ling Xiao with shining eyes. How hateful! Ling Xiao had snatched away all the glory that should have belonged to him. I won't let you go. Even if you are proud and complacent now, wait until I break through to the 9th heavenly layer. I will kill you first. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Jia Yun took a deep breath. He still had a trump card. His trump card was his cultivation. He was about to break through to the 9th heavenly layer, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was only at the peak of the 6 arts. He had no chance of winning against him. For now, he had to endure this resentment. Once he was on the battlefield, he would make Ling Xiao completely disappear from this world. At this moment, Ling Xiao put down the battle flag and walked towards Jia Yun. What do you want? Jia Yun took a step back and asked in horror. At this moment, he didn't want to become enemies with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, those soldiers would definitely help Ling Xiao. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. He indifferently said, What did you just say? You said that I'm a lowly human? That I'm only worthy of being a slave? That I can't change my fate by becoming a slave? Don't you find all of this laughable? You are the young alliance lord of the righteous alliance. From the moment you were born, countless people paid attention to you and cared for you. You received the best martial arts and resources of the divine Phoenix continent. But what have you done? You are just a parasite attached to this massive faction. You wasted the best martial arts and resources. If I were you and I were still at the peak of the 8 desolation heaven at your age, I would have long ago slammed my head against a wall and died. Don't you find this shameful? Don't you find it shameful? I am very lowly, even lowly. Because 2 years ago, I was just a lowly beggar. I had to beg in order to survive. No one paid attention to me, and no one gave me any martial arts or resources. I had to rely on my own hard work. But I have always believed that a person's fate is not fixed in stone. If birth cannot decide my fate, then I will change my future through hard work. While you were indulging in wine and women, I was cultivating. While you were bragging and chatting, I was cultivating. While you were enjoying yourself, I was also cultivating. You had a very high starting point, but you did not cherish it. You only relied on your clan and your faction, living off their achievements. You thought that you could always stand above everyone else. But you were wrong. I have already caught up. While you were sleeping, I have already surpassed you. Now, in my eyes, you are just a piece of trash, a parasite, an ignorant and incompetent second-generation ancestor. If the Righteous Alliance were to be succeeded by someone like you, it would definitely degenerate, perhaps even perish. Ling Xiao had spoken these words with great passion and from the bottom of his heart. Everyone present, whether they were from Qingshu College or Phoenix Academy, as long as they were of humble birth, was deeply moved. Yes, a person could not choose their birth, but if they were willing to degenerate, willing to be lowly, then they could only be someone else's slave for the rest of their life. If they worked hard, they might not necessarily succeed, but they could live their lives without regrets. But these words were very uncomfortable to the ears of the noble scions. They disdained Ling Xiao's words and felt that Ling Xiao was too naive. But they had to admit that Ling Xiao had truly broken through their understanding of the world by walking from a beggar to where he was today. Even the holy son of the sacred dynasty, Hai Myungkeo, had been won over by Ling Xiao's charm. This person was truly rather frightening. People who think like this are as arrogant as Jia Yun, but they are also stupid and ignorant trash. There were still smart people amongst the nobles. In their view, Ling Xiao's words were very grating, but they had to admit that Ling Xiao had truly hit the nail on the head. In fact, the sacred dynasty was the best example. In the past, it was incomparably powerful and ruled the mystic world, but now it was struggling at death's door. As for those aristocratic families who were not as powerful as the holy dynasty, they would also decline if things continued like this. Isn't this child's knowledge too profound? Is he really just a child? Sikong Zun listened with trepidation. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao's strength. What he was most afraid of was Ling Xiao's clear mind and vision. Such a Ling Xiao was the most difficult to deal with. All right, today's battle flag has been obtained, and the battle song has been completed. Let's call it a day. Sikong Zun's sword Jia Yun's expression became more and more unsightly. He knew that if this continued, Jia Yun would collapse. So he simply stepped forward to interrupt the confrontation between Ling Xiao and Jia Yun and announced, "From now on, Ling Xiao will be promoted to centurion. He will be able to command a guard of less than 1,000 people and will be able to act as appropriate." Ling Xiao obeys. Ling Xiao glanced at Jia Yun indifferently, then turned back to look at Sikong Zun and cupped his hands in thanks. Good, in that case, you can choose a guard of less than 1,000 people outside of the regular army, Sikong Zun said. I'm not allowed to choose a regular army? Ling Xiao froze for a moment, then sneered in his heart. This Sikong Zun was really trying to trick him. Chapter 1039. Sikong Zun didn't let Ling Xiao choose a regular army. However, it didn't matter. Ling Xiao's Iron Mask army wasn't inferior to the Divine Phoenix army. In fact, they were even better. As the saying goes, it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Ling Xiao didn't plan to choose anyone else. After arriving at Northern Desert City, he would take Qinhua and the people from Qinshu College under his command. You didn't cherish this opportunity. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Army, set out for Northern Desert City! Sikong Zun sneered. Since Ling Xiao didn't have a choice, he would just let him be a centurion without an army. On the contrary, he was very happy. Of the 100,000 soldiers in the Imperial City barracks, 80,000 left in the end. The remaining 20,000 were left behind to guard. After all, the Imperial City barracks was related to the safety of the Imperial City. It was impossible for everyone to leave. The army left the barracks in a mighty manner. As they walked, the earth trembled slightly. 80,000 people had such a terrifying pressure. According to the ancient books, when the true demon empire invaded the sacred dynasty with an army of 1,000,000, what a terrifying scene it was. Sure enough, there were some differences between the military and the underworld. 10 days later, a long line appeared on the main road near Northern Desert City. It was a long line formed by an army. As they walked, the beasts avoided them and didn't dare to approach. The yellow sand danced in the air, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if there was an invisible wall separating the sand from the army. This army was the punitive army led by Sikong Zun. Other than the 20,000 Savage Bear Knights and the 10,000 Phoenix Knights, the rest of the soldiers were on foot. However, among these soldiers, the weakest was a transcendent realm cultivator. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for them to travel on foot. At the front of the army was naturally Sikong Zun, Feng Qingyan, and LV Chenglong, the 3 commanders and deputy commanders. Behind them was the Savage Bear Knights. As for the Phoenix Knights, they advanced in the air. At the same time, they could observe the situation around them. However, Ling Xiao and the others weren't in the army. They had been assigned by Sikong Zun as scouts to check this situation at the front. Ling Xiao would have been tortured to death by Sikong Zun if he didn't have the privilege to do so. Relying on this privilege, Ling Xiao didn't come back after he left. He stayed 1 li away from the army and did whatever he wanted to do. Sikong Zun did not equip them with mounts, but this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. He had long been on guard against this, so he had hidden a dozen of the best dragon horses in his beast ring. It was rumored that the dragon horse was very brave in battle because it had the blood of the dragon clan. It was also not afraid of beasts. Compared to ordinary war horses, it was much better. The few of them rode on their dragon horses and moved forward leisurely. Ling Xiao released his soul power and activated his eyes of the world, taking in his surroundings like the back of his hand. The red sun was high in the sky, and the air was distorted by the scorching heat. The northern desert, which was made up of sand, was full of thirst and heat. To be honest, it was not a suitable place for living creatures to live. The northern desert city is in front of us. Sikong Zun's good days are coming to an end. Ling Xiao sneered. Sikong Zun had been causing trouble for him along the way. He had tolerated it. Since he was weaker, he had to tolerate it. However, after arriving at the northern desert city, with Jining around, Sikong Zun did not dare to touch him. Moreover, although the Sikong Zun was the commander of this expedition, Jining was the governor of the northern desert city and the general of the border. Whether it was in terms of merit or position, he was above the Sikong Zun. Even if Jining did not listen to the Sikong Zun could not do anything. Should we go in and say hello? Cold Plum asked. No, let's wait. Otherwise, Sikong Zun will cause trouble again. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Even though I really want to see Ji Ning, Qin Hua, and the others as well, we're still subordinates of Sikong Zun now. It wouldn't be worth it if we were to avoid being punished by others. After putting away the dragon horse, they sat in the shade to rest. The northern desert city was close to the oasis, so there were more plants. It was quite cool under the huge cactus. After waiting for about half an hour, the army slowly came. After a long and arduous journey to this arduous place, even the army of warriors was obviously exhausted. Therefore, their speed was very slow, and they were not in good spirits. Greetings, Commander Sikong and Deputy Commanders. We have investigated the situation nearby, and there are no suspicious people, Ling Xiao reported. Humph, you are so relaxed. Sikong Zun snorted. Although he wanted to cause trouble, he did not know where to start. He could only look at the shabby northern desert city. There were guards on the city gate tower. They looked at the army under the city warily, as if they were ready to fight at any time. Hurry up and open the city gate. The general of the north, Sikong Zun, is leading the army here. One of them rode on a barbaric bear and shouted towards the city gate tower. At the same time, he flashed his waist token. Wait, I will go and report. Someone on the city gate tower responded and then ran down the city gate tower. After a long time, he reappeared. The commander said that he has never heard of the general of the north, Sikong Zun, and he has not received the imperial court's decree. He is not to open the city gate easily. Bastard! Sikong Zun's face darkened. He shouted angrily. I am Sikong Zun, and I have the emperor's imperial decree in my hands. Hurry up and ask Ji Ning to come out and receive the decree. The commander is busy discussing how to deal with the enemy. He has no time. There was a reply from the city gate tower. There were not many soldiers in northern desert city, only 30,000. If it were anyone else, they would have been destroyed by the Black Raven Empire long ago. Only Ji Ning could rely on such a small number of soldiers to defend the border and repel the enemy's attacks again and again. The main reason for the lack of soldiers was not because they died in battle, but because they were constantly weakened by the imperial court. Northern Desert City did not even receive soldiers for many years. They could only recruit soldiers from a small place like the Northern Desert, or they could only rely on the heroes of the pugilistic world. Therefore, in Northern Desert City, the soldiers only had eyes for Ji Ning, and did not care about the Divine Phoenix Imperial Court. They were guarding here not to fight for the emperor who was enjoying himself in the imperial city, nor for the nobles, but for the people behind them. Therefore, if Sikong Zun used the emperor to suppress them, it would have no effect at all. Humph, Ji Ning is truly audacious. Does he still have any respect for the emperor? Does he still have any respect for the law? I have long heard that he has a rebellious heart. In the past, he actually led soldiers into the imperial city. If not for the emperor's mercy, he would have been sentenced to death. I did not expect that today. Not only did he not appreciate the kindness, but he also blocked the imperial army outside Northern Desert City. Is he trying to rebel? Sikong Zun snorted coldly. Commander, you can't say such things, LV Chenglong said. General Ji Ning is a great contributor who helped the Phoenix race regain the throne. After that, he guarded the northern region for more than 10 years and made countless contributions. How could he betray us? Chapter 1040. LV Chenglong, shut up. This commander knows that you and Ji Ning are old friends. Now that you're speaking up for a traitor, do you want to rebel with him? Sikong Zun shouted sternly. Sikong Zun, it's true that you're the Northern Expedition General, but some words can't be said carelessly. General LV is the deputy commander of the Imperial City Barracks. Even the Emperor trusts him. Do you want to cause internal strife? Feng Qingyan also spoke up. Feng Qingyan, just do your job as the deputy commander. It's not up to you to interfere with who I, Sikong Zun, want to teach. Lightning Demon King, you're really arrogant. Are you trying to cause internal strife in our Divine Phoenix Empire and let your true Demon's Empire take advantage of the situation? Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. Ling Xiao knew very well that it was useless to reason with Sikong Zun. He could only poke at his shortcomings so that he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. No matter if it was LV Chenglong or Feng Qingyan, they were both too upright and didn't hit the nail on the head. However, after Ling Xiao said this, the soldiers couldn't help but discuss among themselves. "Shut up! You're just a small centurion. What right do you have to speak in front of this commander? How impudent!" Sikong Zun roared. "You're the impudent one! As a centurion, I obviously don't have the right to speak to you. But I have a secret edict here from the Hidden Mountains Crown Prince," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Under the Hidden Mountains Crown Prince's orders, I'm taking on the role of military governor to coordinate the relationship between the Northern Desert Army and the Northern Expedition Army. The Emperor also agreed and stamped his imperial seal on it. May I ask General Sikong, do I have this right?" He didn't take out this secret edict because he wanted to wait for the best opportunity. Now was obviously the best opportunity. "What?" Sikong Zun, LV Chenglong, and Feng Qingyan all took the secret edict and looked at it carefully. Indeed, there was the Emperor's imperial seal and Feng Qingyan's crown prince's seal. This couldn't be faked. The position of military governor could be big or small. When he was young, he had no power at all. When they were big, they could directly suppress the commander. This was because he was directly responsible to the Emperor. Sikong Zun was shocked. He knew that the Emperor did not completely trust him. It seemed that the Emperor still intended for him and Ji Ning to restrict each other so that no one could dominate. What a cunning old thing. He thought that it was just a puppet, but he didn't expect it to be so cunning. The rest of the soldiers were filled with respect for Ling Xiao. They didn't expect this lowly human to be a military governor sent by the Emperor and the Crown Prince. This was truly amazing. "Since you are the overseer, doesn't Ji Ning have anything to do with his refusal to open the city gates?" Sikong Zun suppressed his anger and asked. "Commander Sikong, you are wrong. If a random army came and said that they were sent by the imperial court and asked them to open the gates, what would happen if something happened?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "In July of 182 of the Divine Phoenix calendar, in the south, an army from a small country snuck into the empire. They disguised themselves as soldiers of the empire and snuck into a city in the south. They killed the city lord and stole everything that could be stolen. This is a bloody lesson. Commander Sikong, are you going to ignore it? Then what do you think we should do? The soldiers have worked hard all the way here. Are we going to stay under the scorching sun like this?" Sikong Zun asked. Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong also looked at Ling Xiao. Because Sikong Zun was speaking the truth. "Leave it to me." Ling Xiao smiled. These people still didn't know about his relationship with Ji Ning. If not for this relationship, the Emperor would not have agreed to Feng Yingshan's suggestion of letting Ling Xiao be the military governor. "Leave it to you? Ha ha ha, Ji Ning doesn't even give face to this commander. Who do you think you are? Even if you are the military governor, that Ji Ning doesn't give face to the Emperor at all. He won't give face to you either," Sikong Zun said disdainfully. "That might not be the case." Ling Xiao smiled and then led Cold Plum and the others into Northern Desert City. "Brothers on the city gate tower, listen up. I am Ling Xiao. I am here to visit Great General Ji Ning. Please open the city gates." "Thank you." Actually, the people on the city gate tower had already recognized Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't request to enter the city, so they didn't say anything. "It's young Master Ling, the one who saved the great general that day. The great general said that young Master Ling has come to Northern Desert City and must open the gates immediately." After a discussion, the people on the city gate tower said, "Young Master Ling, you can come in, but those people can't. This concerns the safety of the people in Northern Desert City. I hope you can understand. Of course, only 11 of us will go in. The rest will stay outside." Ling Xiao smiled. He had to go in and discuss this matter with Ji Ning. After all, he couldn't really let the expeditionary army stay outside for a long time. If this continued for a long time, it would inevitably be considered a rebellion. At that time, he was afraid that someone would openly target Ji Ning. "Wait a minute!" Sikong Zun suddenly shouted just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to enter the city. "What's wrong, Commander Sikong? Is there anything else?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. "You can go in, but the others must stay here," Sikong Zun said coldly. "What? You want to keep the hostages?" "Sikong Zun, you don't have the ability to make Ji Ning open the gates. Now I'm going to discuss it with Ji Ning. Not only are you not grateful, but you're also going to treat me like this?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "What if I don't agree?" "Come on, archers!" Sikong Zun shouted and ordered his archers to aim at Ling Xiao and the others. He said coldly, "Ling Xiao, don't make things difficult for me." Whoosh! At that moment, many crossbows suddenly appeared on the city gate tower and aimed at Sikong Zun and his archers. "Brothers, someone wants to kill the military governor personally appointed by the emperor. What should we do?" Someone on the city gate tower shouted. "Protect the military governor and shoot the rebels." The voice was so loud that everyone below could hear it. "Sikong Zun, are you really a spy sent by the true demon's empire to harm our divine Phoenix Empire?" Feng Qinyan suddenly asked coldly. "Even you are suspicious of me?" Sikong Zun was stunned and asked angrily. "How can I not be suspicious? You shot the military governor today and provoked the conflict between the Northern Desert Army and the Punitive Expedition Army, making both sides kill each other. Isn't this your goal?" Feng Qinyan said coldly. After Ling Zhao's reminder, he had learned to be smart and spoke very loudly. Sikong Zun didn't have much prestige to speak of in the first place. Hearing such words, the archers hesitated. "Ha ha ha, Deputy Commander, you're thinking too much. Why would I do that? I'm just afraid that the military governor and the others will all go in and be harmed by the traitor. It would be safer for him to go in alone." Sikong Zun saw that he couldn't control the situation and that he had offended both LV Chenglong and Feng Qinyan, so he could only give up on attacking Ling Xiao for the time being. This guy really changed his attitude very quickly. "Humph, there's no need for Commander Sikong to worry. Soldiers, listen up. I'll go in and discuss with General Ji Ning. If he knows the truth, he'll definitely let us in. Don't worry." Ling Xiao snorted and walked back to the northern desert city. Chapter 1041. This was not the first time Sikong Zun had acted shamelessly, so Ling Xiao could not be bothered to argue with him. He only wanted to enter the city as soon as possible. When the crowd saw that Ling Xiao could make Northern Desert City open with just a few words, they could not help but feel even more reverence for him. Of course, there were also some people who were jealous and resentful. For example, Sikong Zun. For example, Jia Yun. And most of the people from the Phoenix Academy. "Commander, in my opinion, there's no need to waste words with these people. Let's just charge in." In the crowd, Jia Yun said coldly. Although every city was protected by a special formation and was very difficult to attack, Jia Yun felt that with the Phoenix Knight Regiment and the formation master Sikong Zun, it should be relatively easy to attack Northern Desert City. He did not care how many people died, he only cared about his face. These boorish fellows in Northern Desert City dared to not let him enter the city to rest, but let Ling Xiao and his lowly humans in. How could he tolerate this? Sikong Zun shook his head and said, "Young Master Jia, we are here to suppress the Black Crow Empire, not to kill each other. Let's wait for a while and see if the military governor has a way to make Ji Ning open the city gates. If he could pay the lowest price to occupy Northern Desert City and make Ji Ning a mere figurehead, he would naturally be willing." Making use of Ling Xiao was also not a bad idea. If he forcefully attacked, he was confident that he could take Northern Desert City, but he was afraid that he would suffer heavy losses. After all, Northern Desert City had stood here for more than a decade and had not been conquered by the Black Crow Empire. There was a reason for that. Furthermore, it was fine as long as he knew what he was here for. If he were to act recklessly in the open, then he would really be able to confirm his identity as a spy of the true Devil Kingdom. At that time, even if he had 1,000 or 10,000 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself clearly. Fine, I'll listen to the commander. Jia Yun silently cursed Sikong Zun for being a hypocrite, but he did not dare to say anything else. Although he was the young lord of the Righteous Alliance, in the outside world, the heavens were high and the emperor was far away. If Sikong Zun really wanted to kill him, there was probably nothing he could do. It was better to keep a low profile. Rest here, Sikong Zun said to the messenger. All troops, listen up. Rest where you are. The messenger quickly ran off to pass on the order. The soldiers didn't have any thoughts about resting where they were. After all, Ling Xiao had already entered the city. It seemed that Ling Xiao had a close relationship with the northern desert city. Perhaps he would enter the city soon. Waiting for a while was not a big deal. Of course, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, the military overseer, they would have been scared out of their wits. A battle would have been inevitable. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already arrived at the city lord mansion. The atmosphere in the northern desert city was extremely tense. It truly felt like a storm was brewing. On the streets, injured soldiers with bandages on their heads would occasionally walk past, but they were still persevering in their posts. Ling Xiao sighed. It seemed like the northern desert city had just gone through a huge battle. The soldiers were already exhausted. No wonder they didn't dare to let the Sikong Zun enter without permission. Ling Xiao, you're finally here! Ji Ning personally came out of the city lord mansion to welcome him. He wasn't injured, but he was covered in dust. He was still wearing his somewhat dirty armor. It seemed like he hadn't taken it off for several days. Great General, it seems like the northern desert city really was attacked by the Black Crow Empire? Ling Xiao asked. Let's talk inside. Ji Ning gestured for him to enter. As he walked, he said, It's rather strange. The Black Crow Empire hasn't invaded the northern region for several months, but just a few days before the border trial began, they suddenly attacked the northern desert city. What's most confusing is that this isn't the harvest season, so they're not trying to steal food. And this isn't the season when the Black Crow Empire is lacking food, so they won't starve, nor will they attack the northern desert city. In the past, the Black Crow Empire has only done this because they lacked food or because the northern desert city had a harvest. But this time, it's very strange. General believes that there's something fishy going on here? Ling Xiao asked. Humph, over the years, I've long understood the thoughts of that Ice Phoenix race emperor. He's not willing to remain beneath the Righteous Alliance, so he's thinking of ways to dissolve the strength of the Righteous Alliance. And I'm officially one of the core members of the Righteous Alliance. Ji Ning coldly said. Great General is also a member of the Righteous Alliance? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The Righteous Alliance was created by Ji Funing and Yu Xianwei. At first, it was to quell the chaos of war, but later on, it was used to guide the Ice Phoenix race and the Fiery Phoenix race in the election for Emperor so as to maintain peace. But the current Alliance Lord's mental state has changed, and he's doing things differently. Ji Ning sighed. That Emperor wants to be the Eternal Emperor, so he has to cripple the Righteous Alliance. To think that there was such a thing. Although Ling Xiao had long ago known that this Emperor was not simple, he had never imagined this. From this, it could be seen that the Emperor and the people of the True Demon's Empire were using each other. You don't like politics, so you don't understand. As they spoke, the two of them entered the room, where tea had already been prepared and served to them. Great General, there's one thing that I might be overstepping, but I feel that the majority of the soldiers in that expedition army are good people. They might not know what the Emperor is thinking. They simply want to resist the Black Crow Empire. We can't just let them be exposed to the scorching sun forever, can we? Ling Xiao brought the topic back to what he wanted to say. That's also a problem. If we let them in, the current fighting power in the city will find it very difficult to stop them from seizing power. But if we don't let them in, we'll be proving that I'm a traitor, and the Emperor will have even more reason to deal with me. Ji Ning also felt a headache coming on. He was an outstanding general, but he was not an outstanding strategist. This was truly a headache for him. If General trusts me, would you be willing to listen to my plan? Ling Xiao was a crafty fellow. Even he had to admit this. But when it came to scheming, he was only 16 years old, and he really wasn't that skilled. But ever since that strange ball of water in his spirit sea shattered, he had not only gained many new memories, but also new knowledge. He didn't know where these things came from, but he sensed that they were all good things. Especially after he sang that battle song, this feeling became even more obvious. Among the many pieces of knowledge, there was one related to scheming. Young master, please speak. Although Ji Ning knew that Ling Xiao was the son of his great benefactor and master, and was naturally very close to Ling Xiao, he didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Although he was talented, in terms of strength and intelligence, he was definitely not as good as someone who had lived for decades, or even centuries. But he couldn't refuse directly, so he asked Ling Xiao to speak. Ling Xiao knew that Ji Ning didn't believe him, so he told Ji Ning a story. This story was a new memory in his mind. These memories were truly miraculous. Ling Xiao increasingly felt that they were precious treasures left behind by the human emperor. Chapter 1042. When the sacred dynasty declined, many races established their own countries and attacked each other. After his brother King Wenwang of Chu died, Gongzi Yuan wanted his beautiful sister-in-law, Madame Wen. He used all kinds of methods to please her, but Madame Wen was indifferent. Therefore, he wanted to establish a career and show off his ability to please Madame Wen. In a certain year of the sacred dynasty, Gongzi Yuan personally led 600 chariots to attack Jing. The Chu army took several cities and approached the capital of Jing. Jing was weak and had no soldiers in the capital, so it couldn't resist the invasion of the Chu army. Jing was in danger, and the officials panicked. Some advocated peace, some advocated fighting to the death, and some advocated defending and waiting for reinforcements. None of these ideas could solve the crisis. High official Xu Zhan said, "Peace and a decisive battle are not the best ideas. Defending and waiting for reinforcements is a good idea. Zhang and Qi have an alliance. Now that Jing is in trouble, Qi will send out troops to help. It's just empty talk, but it's hard to defend." Gongzi Yuan attacked Jing because he wanted to take credit and curry favor with Madame Wen. He was anxious for success and afraid of failure. "I have a plan to retreat the Chu army." Jin followed Xu Zhan's plan and set up a circle in the city. They ordered the soldiers to lie in ambush and not let the enemy see any of them. They ordered the shops to open as usual and the people to come and go as usual. They were not allowed to show any signs of panic. They opened the city gates and lowered the drawbridge, making it look like they were completely defenseless. The Chu army vanguard arrived at Deng's capital. Seeing this scene, they became suspicious. Could there be an ambush in the city to lure them into a trap? They didn't dare to act rashly and waited for Gongzi Yuan. Gongzi Yuan rushed to the city and also felt strange. He led the generals to the high ground outside the city and saw that the city was indeed empty. However, he could vaguely see Deng's soldiers. Gongzi Yuan thought that there was a trap and didn't want to attack rashly. He wanted to enter the city first and find out the situation. At this time, Qi received Deng's request for reinforcements and joined forces with Lu and Song to rescue Jing. Gongzi Yuan heard the news and knew that the three countries had arrived. The Chu army couldn't win. Fortunately, they had won a few battles, so it was better to retreat quickly. He was afraid that Cheng's army would come out of the city to pursue them, so he ordered the entire army to retreat that very night. Men and horses wrapped their arms around each other without making the slightest sound. None of the camps were dismantled, and the clan's flag still fluttered. On the morning of the second day, Xu Zhan went to the city and looked around. He said, "The Chu army has retreated." When they saw the enemy camp's flag fluttering, they did not believe that the enemy had already retreated. Xu Zhan said, "If there are people in the camp, how can there be so many birds circling up and down?" He also used the empty fort strategy to deceive me and hastily withdrew his troops. Ji Ning had never heard of the state of Chu or the state of Jing, but there was indeed a period of chaos in the history of the sacred dynasty. At that time, countless small countries were born and constantly attacked each other. Of course, he didn't care about these things. He felt that the most exquisite thing was the strategy used in this story. Although it was daring, in actual strategy, risks often coexisted with opportunities, benefits, and success. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The ingenious part of this strategy was that one had to be good at accurately and timely grasping the opponent's strategic background, psychological state, and personality characteristics, and so on. Then, according to the time, place, and people, one could use strange strategies to resolve one's own crisis. And the current opportunity was very suitable. Northern Desert City was empty, and they were indeed at a disadvantage. However, Sikongzun was suspicious and didn't have absolute control over the army. Under these circumstances, he definitely didn't dare to act rashly. In this way, the success rate of this strategy was very high. His original contempt for Ling Xiao instantly turned into admiration. Ji Ning stood up from his seat and then knelt on one knee. He said, "Just now, I was laughing at Gongzi's self-righteousness. But after listening to Gongzi's words, I am full of admiration. What is the name of this strategy?" "The empty city strategy." Ling Xiao smiled. "Not only is the Sikongzun suspicious, but they are also exhausted. As long as General's arrangements are reasonable, under the circumstances that we are unable to defend the city, we can deliberately expose the emptiness of our city to the enemy. This is the so-called the real is the real, and the false is the false. When the enemy becomes suspicious, they will hesitate to move forward. This is the so-called suspicion within suspicion. We can let the Sikongzun lead the army through Northern Desert City and enter the army camp outside. This way, even if the Sikongzun discovers the empty city strategy, they can't do anything. Of course, this strategy isn't 100% successful. If it fails, I'm afraid that we will have to fight a bloody battle with the enemy in the city. Therefore, we still have to arrange the necessary combat equipment." "Of course." Ji Ning nodded. After everything was arranged, Ling Xiao went out of the city to inform the Sikongzun and let the Sikongzun lead the army into the city. Even Ji Ning came out to welcome them. The Sikongzun was puzzled. Why did Ji Ning's attitude change so drastically after Ling Xiao went in for less than an hour? Was there a trap in the city? He was a suspicious person, so when he entered the city, he observed carefully. He found that everything in the city was in order. The people were doing what they were supposed to do, but most of the soldiers were missing. Vaguely, he could hear the sound of weapons. Judging from the sound, there were at least 40 to 50,000 soldiers. Once a conflict broke out, they would be like turtles in a jar. He wanted to make trouble, but now he didn't dare to do anything rash. Was there a mistake in the intelligence? Didn't they say that the Northern Desert City was full of wounded soldiers? Despite this thought, the Sikongzun didn't dare to act rashly because he couldn't be sure. When he came back to his senses, he found that the army had already left the North Gate and was at the pass 1 mile away from the Northern Desert City. It was too late to figure out the situation in the city. "I'm so nervous." Ling Xiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. To put it bluntly, he was just an armchair strategist. He didn't know whether the Sikongzun would fall for his trick or not. In fact, there were less than 10,000 soldiers in the city that could be used. If they really fought, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Of course, this also had to do with Ji Ning's appropriate arrangements. He perfectly made the Sikongzun believe that there were a large number of soldiers in the city. "Ha ha ha! I really admire young master's brilliant plan." Seeing that the Sikongzun had entered the pass, Ji Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult problem had been solved. What else couldn't be solved? "General, please don't praise me. I was so nervous just now." Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead. After all, if this plan failed, it would really be beyond redemption. "It's good that you succeeded. This is how it is on the battlefield. You can't have 100% success rate. As long as there's a 30% chance, you have to do it. Otherwise, if you miss the opportunity, it will be too late to regret it. In Ji Ning's view, Ling Xiao's plan was extremely beautiful. He was really good at both the pen and the sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have a daughter. If he had a daughter, he would marry Ling Xiao no matter what. Chapter 1043. Just as Ling Xiao and Ji Ning were chatting and laughing, the sound of a whistling arrow suddenly came from afar. Ji Ning's expression suddenly changed. The Black Crow Empire's army is here again. Seeing the whistling arrow explode in the air, Ling Xiao's expression also became serious. Not long after the whistling arrow sounded, someone came to report. General, the Black Crow Empire's army is only 3 days away from their vanguard army, and the one leading the army this time is the Black Crow Empire's golden-blooded prince Tomohiko Kuma. Tomohiko Kuma? Haha, is this little prince here to die on the battlefield? Who is their commander? Ji Ning asked with a smile. The commander is Tomohiko Kuma, but the deputy is a little powerful. It's the Black Crow Empire's Golden Crow Great General Timur Mutu. What? This old fellow actually came personally? Looks like the Black Crow Empire is also having endless internal strife. This time, Mutu, this old fellow, most likely wants to help that little prince Tomohiko Kuma obtain military merits. Ji Ning's expression became serious. Very obviously, Timur Mutu is definitely not a person to be trifled with. Although Ji Ning is not good at scheming, he uses troops like a god and is proficient in the art of war. In the Divine Phoenix continent, he is definitely an undefeatable general. Now that his expression has become so serious, it can only mean that Timur Mutu is really terrifying. Great General, what's the situation with this Timur Mutu? Ling Xiao asked. Timur Mutu's cultivation is not weaker than mine, but he's most powerful in using troops and scheming. I'm really not as good as him. In terms of scheming, he's 10 times better than me. Ji Ning sighed and said, Everyone says that I'm an undefeatable general, never losing on the battlefield. This is true, but once the Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire had a decisive battle of great importance. At that time, I was the great general and almost killed my way to the capital of the Black Crow Empire. As long as I can take down this battle, then only the Divine Phoenix Empire is left on the Divine Phoenix continent. However, I didn't lose to anyone on the battlefield, but that Mutu instigated the Emperor to change the commander at the last moment, and sent me to this northern desert city. What a pity! Missed that opportunity. The Black Crow Empire quickly rose and is able to stand on the same level as the Divine Phoenix Empire. So that's how it is. Since Mutu is so powerful, the little Prince Jioma Jian he supports shouldn't be too weak, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. That's only natural. In my opinion, Jioma Jian might not be much, but to young people like you, Jioma Jian is too terrifying. He's only 16 this year, the same age as you, but his cultivation has already reached the early stage of 10 directions heaven. With this kind of aptitude, among the younger generation, at least in the Divine Phoenix continent, I'm afraid that only the 2 princes can compete with him. Ji Ning introduced. Of course, the most terrifying thing about this little duke is not his martial strength, but his intelligence. I'm even suspecting that he's Mutu's illegitimate son, and that he's basically cuckolding the Emperor of the Black Crow Empire. It's rumored that when this little duke was 13, he helped the Emperor eliminate the traitors in the court, and consolidated the imperial power. He's the Emperor of the Black Crow Empire's favorite little duke. As expected, he's powerful. I want to meet this little duke. Ling Xiao was excited when he heard about experts, especially experts of the same generation. Tomohiko Kuma was about the same age as him, but his cultivation was much higher. Although he didn't care about this, after all, his starting point was relatively low, but the feeling of competing with such a genius would definitely be very good. With the 2 of them together, I'm afraid Northern Desert City will really be in trouble this time. Ji Ning smiled bitterly. Because they couldn't get supplies all year round, they could only be self-sufficient. Northern Desert City could only barely survive by relying on him. This time, with Mutter's arrival, it might not be the case. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, You said that the Black Crow Empire sent Muramuto to lead the troops this time to snatch military merits for little Duke Tomohiko Kuma, to make Tomohiko Kuma a great hero of the Black Crow Empire and a qualified heir to the throne. I'm sure those who follow Muramuto are their most loyal soldiers. If we eliminate Tomohiko Kuma, what will happen? You really think differently? That's right, Tomohiko Kuma's expedition is a double-edged sword. He can make the soldiers of the Black Crow Empire work together and fight bravely, but he can also cause the army to collapse. Ji Ning looked at Ling Xiao and was really satisfied with him. He couldn't wait to take in a goddaughter and marry Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, are you willing to follow me to the city? Ji Ning suddenly stood up and asked. Of course. Ling Xiao came from military merits, so naturally, he couldn't let Northern Desert City be destroyed. As long as Northern Desert City didn't fall, he had enough opportunities to earn military merits. Walking on the city wall, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that although the city looked simple, there were actually some mysteries around the city gate. There were quite powerful formations and formations set up. As long as they defended the city to the death, unless they ran out of supplies, the enemy would have to spend at least 10 times the number of people to be able to take down the city. On the city wall, most of the soldiers were injured and looked very tired. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of discouragement or fear on their faces. There was only determination and decisiveness. However, Ling Xiao also realized that perhaps because of the constant attacks, there were many flaws in the formations and formations on the city wall. Although they had been maintained, they weren't perfectly repaired. Moreover, some of the formations seemed to Ling Xiao to be able to be upgraded and modified. It could be seen that the formation talents under Ji Ning were still not good enough. Thinking of this, he silently remembered all these in his heart. He was prepared to talk to Ji Ning after designing the new formations and formations to see if they could be upgraded and modified. General, how many soldiers are there in Northern Desert City? Ling Xiao asked. About 200,000. Among them, only 40,000 are considered a regular army. The rest are civilians. Ji Ning didn't know why Ling Xiao asked these questions, but ever since the incident with the empty city strategy, his trust in Ling Xiao had obviously increased. It's best to mobilize all of them. Otherwise, there's no chance of winning this battle. Ling Xiao said what Ji Ning knew but wasn't willing to admit. Because the scouts just now reported that the Black Crow Empire's army had a total of 1 million soldiers. If the 200,000 vanguard troops were added, it would be 1,200,000. But the total number of soldiers in Northern Desert City was only 200,000, which was a fraction of the others. The Divine Phoenix Empire's army wasn't small, and there were also many soldiers. However, because of the Emperor, he wasn't willing to give Northern Desert City a source of soldiers, which resulted in there being so few soldiers here. In fact, about 5 kilometers away from Northern Desert City, there was another city. There were more than 500,000 soldiers stationed there. However, Ji Ning and Ling Xiao both knew that those people wouldn't come to rescue them. They could only rely on them for this battle. Chapter 1044. How can the common people have the ability to fight? In the end, Ji Ning still loved the common people and was unwilling to let them participate in the war. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, The common people of the Divine Phoenix Empire are also martial artists. As the saying goes, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Now, we don't need them to go to the front lines to kill the enemy. As long as they are logistic soldiers and are responsible for transporting supplies, that will solve the big problem. Moreover, when the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. They should understand this principle. Once the city is breached, their only ending is death. There is no second way to survive, and it is impossible for them to escape. Wherever the army of the Black Crow Empire passes, there will be no survivors. All right, I will do my best to arrange it. It's a pity that Sikong Zun is not on good terms with me. Otherwise, the 80,000 people he brought would be of great use. Ji Ning sighed. if the Sikong Zun is not willing, then just cripple him. I am the military governor, so I still have this bit of power. However, we have to choose a good time, otherwise, it will easily arouse the disgust of the expeditionary army. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Hearing this, Ji Ning was surprised. Ling Xiao's thoughts were actually so meticulous that he even considered this point. He was even better than his master, Ji Fuling. All right, when the time comes, I will listen to your arrangements. If they wanted to cripple the Sikong Zun, Ji Ning and Feng Qingyan had to take action. Otherwise, there really was no one else here who could control the Sikong Zun. The two of them walked around the city walls. Everywhere was arranged in an orderly manner. Although the camp was full of injured soldiers, Ji Ning's title of Great General was not for nothing. He was still able to maintain the fighting strength of Northern Desert City as much as possible under such circumstances. Great General, why don't I see Qin Hua and the rest? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It's easy to see them. I can just get someone to call them over. Ji Ning smiled and then ordered. Go, call Qin Hua, Meng Tong, and Xian over. Tell them that their great benefactor has arrived. Understood. Not long after the soldiers left, Qin Hua's group of 3 arrived at the city governor's mansion. The city lord mansion of the northern desert city was where Ji Ning lived and where he gave orders. Your subordinate is Qin Hua. Subordinate Meng Tong. This subordinate believes it. Greetings, great general. Greetings, young master. The 3 of them simultaneously knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. Ha ha, get up, Ling Xiao. You guys stay here and reminisce. I'll go and arrange for the commoners to participate in the defense of the city. Ji Ning stood up and said with a smile. Take care, General. Ling Xiao stopped Ji Ning and took out a storage ring. Here are 20,000 rejuvenation pills and 20,000 spirit recovery pills. They are good for healing. Although there aren't many of them, they can solve urgent problems. The former can heal injuries, while the latter can restore physical strength and internal force. Absolutely not. Although Ji Ning really wanted it, he was a little embarrassed. Take it, Great General. You can count it as my military merit, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. All right, since you said so, I'll accept it. This is a timely reign. I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers. Ji Ning took the storage ring and left excitedly. What his soldiers needed the most now was these pills. Ling Xiao's arrival was like a timely rain, allowing him to see the hope of victory. Farewell, General. Looking at Ji Ning's departure, Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Qin Hua's group of 3. How is it? Are you used to this place? Is there any situation where you can't acclimatize? Don't worry, young master. We are used to everything. Not only that, Great General Ji Ning trusts us a lot. Qin Hua sighed. This time, when the Black Crow Empire attacked Northern Desert City, our Iron Mask army made a great contribution. Hence, the Great General took the opportunity to confirm me as the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Knight Regiment. Meng Tong and Xian are my deputies. As for the 300 Iron Guards, they are basically all Kiliarchs, Centurions, Guard Captains, and Corporals. In the army, the positions were Corporals, Guard Captains, Centurions, Kiliarchs, Vice Commanders, and Commanders. Corporals had 10 soldiers under them. Guard Captains led 10 Corporals and their subordinates. Centurions led 10 Guard Captains and their subordinates. However, the number of people would not exceed 1,000. Kiliarchs led 10 Centurions and their subordinates. However, the number of people would not exceed 10,000. Vice Commanders were also called Captains. They had 10 Kiliarchs and their subordinates. Commanders were the rank second only to the commander. Under normal circumstances, they would have at least 3 Vice Commanders. There might even be 10 or more. Currently, Qin Hua was the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Knight Regiment. He was equivalent to a commander. Meng Tong and Xian were both Vice Commanders. They were subordinate to Qin Hua. However, due to the lack of soldiers, Qin Hua only had 10,000 or so subordinates. According to the official ranks, it was not enough. They were only equivalent to captains. Io, you're doing pretty well. I'm only a centurion. No one died, right? Ling Xiao asked. Although casualties were normal on the battlefield, Ling Xiao really did not wish for anyone in the Iron Mask army to die in battle. This kind of wish might be too extravagant, but it was his true wish. No one died in battle. However, injuries are unavoidable. Fortunately, our men have fought on the battlefield before. In terms of experience, they are not inferior to the great general's troops. Xin Hua replied. That's good. I want you to train and live well. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The four of them chatted for a long time. Through them, Ling Xiao learned about many of the rules in the military camp. In addition to the simple ranks in the army, there were also methods to obtain these positions. To put it bluntly, there were 2 points. One was strength, and the other was military merits. Without strength, military merits would be useless because the people below would not be convinced. This was a world where cultivators were supreme. Strength was very important. Of course, strength alone was troublesome without military merits. The Sikong Zun was a good example. He had strength but no military merits. The soldiers below him were not convinced. If not for the Emperor's imperial edict, no one would give a damn about the Sikong Zun. As mentioned before, in the Divine Phoenix continent, as long as it was a regular army, the weakest soldier was a transcendent realm cultivator. If one wanted to become a captain, one had to be an outstanding figure among the soldiers. At the very least, one had to be a transcendent realm 9th level cultivator. Guard captains had to be half-step heavenly venerable or above. Centurions had to be at least heaven realm cultivators in one-line heaven. Kiliarchs had to be at least heaven realm or heaven of 5 elements. The 10,000 men commander, which was also the deputy commander, required a minimum of 7 stars heaven cultivation. As for commanders, they had to be at least 10 directions heaven. Of course, Grotto Heaven Realm was the best. Currently, Meng Tong had reached a desolate heaven early stage and was definitely qualified to be a vice commander. Xian's cultivation was slightly weaker, but he was also at 7 stars heaven early stage. He was just qualified. Xin Hua was even more powerful. He was the number 1 Grotto Heaven Realm expert. He was more than qualified to be a commander. In addition, the 3 of them had accumulated enough military merits in the previous battle. Even if Ji Ning was not biased, they were definitely qualified to hold their current positions. Chapter 1045. This battlefield was really a training ground. When Xian left the Imperial City, his cultivation had not reached 7 stars heaven, but now he had broken through. Meng Tong was the same. He had also broken through. Alright, you guys go and do your own things. I have to get busy too. This northern desert city must not be destroyed. Otherwise, we won't even have a stronghold in the future. Ling Xiao was very clear in his heart. This northern desert city was his most reliable stronghold in the Divine Phoenix continent. Whether it was to revive the human race's sacred dynasty or to protect his life, he could not lose this place. Once he lost it, he would have no way out. So next, he had to carefully ponder over the northern desert city's defensive array. Then, he would pass the upgrade and modification plan to Ji Ning. Then, young master, we will go back first. If there is anything, remember to inform us. We are young master's people. After all, we are great General Ji Ning's subordinates. Xin Hua's words had a deep meaning. At the same time, he was also expressing his loyalty to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and was very gratified. Seeing the 3 of them leave, he began to modify the array according to his memory. Through the eyes of the world, he tested it. After confirming that there were no problems, he got up and went to look for Ji Ning. When he found Ji Ning, he was discussing the defense strategy of Northern Desert City with a few commanders. Ji Ning had a total of 4 commanders under him. They were the commander of Heavenly Wolf Knights, Xin Hua; Archer Commander, Li Ruguang; Infantry Commander, Zhang Yufei; Mech Commander, Zhu Ming. Although there were not many troops stationed in Northern Desert City, they were clearly divided into cavalry, archers, infantrymen, and even mech soldiers. The so-called mech soldiers were actually the puppet soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon continent. This team had the least number of people, but they could control the mech puppets to fight. Their combat power would not lose to the other troop types. Including Qinhua, these 4 people were obviously fierce warriors who had experienced fierce battles on the battlefield. From their bodies, one could feel the baptism of war. They could feel an iron-blooded aura that ordinary people did not have. Everyone knew that Ji Ning was the ever-victorious general who guarded the northern desert city, rendering the Black Crow Empire helpless. However, what they didn't know was that if they didn't have the commanders under them, they wouldn't be able to do anything on their own. Qinhua was relatively inexperienced, but the other 3 were old subordinates who had followed Ji Ning for more than 10 years. In the past, the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Knights was LV Chenglong. However, after LV Chenglong was transferred to the Imperial City Barracks, that position had remained empty. Ji Ning had held that position until Qinhua's arrival. Ling Xiao, you've come at the right time. Let me introduce you. These are the commanders under me. You know Qinhua. The other 3 are the archer commander Li Ruguang, the infantry commander Zhang Yufei, and the mecha commander Zhuge Ming. Seeing Ling Xiao coming over, Ji Ning didn't avoid the topic of discussion. Instead, he called Ling Xiao into the meeting room. Ling Xiao greets the 4 commanders. Ling Xiao clasped his hands in greeting. Brother Ling saved our great general in the past and is also our benefactor. There's no need to be so polite. However, today we are discussing the plan to deal with the enemy. How about we talk another day? Zhuge Ming was obviously a rather intelligent person. He was also a very cautious person. He didn't dislike Ling Xiao. In fact, he was very grateful to Ling Xiao. However, this was a military meeting. He felt that it was inappropriate for Ling Xiao to come in. Zhuge Ming, your words are too much. Brother Ling just asked the great general to give our soldiers more than 40,000 pills to solve the urgent situation. Zhang Yufei's character was similar to Ling Xiao's. However, he felt that Zhuge Ming's words had offended Ling Xiao, so he came out to smooth things over. May I know why Brother Ling is here this time? Li Ruguang asked directly. In his opinion, if there wasn't anything important, it wouldn't be good to waste time. Although Ling Xiao was Ji Ning's benefactor, now wasn't the time to reminisce. Ji Ning smiled bitterly as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, You see, these 3 fellows each one of their tempers is more eccentric than the other. Sometimes, they make me really angry. However, they are brave in battle, loyal and unyielding. They are my best brothers. Ji Ning emphasized the word brothers. It could be seen that he really cherished these 3 people. Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's okay. However, I am here this time for serious business. Moreover, it is very important. Oh? Come. Sit down and talk, Ji Ning said with a smile. Ling Xiao didn't sit down. Instead, he walked to the table and placed pieces of blueprints on the table. Then, he said, Everyone, I went to the city walls of the northern desert city to check. I found that there is a serious problem with the city's defense formation. Little brother, aren't you going overboard? Zhuge Ming wasn't too happy because those formations were maintained by his men. Commander Zhuge, I will not beat around the bush. These blueprints are the formations that I have modified and upgraded. You just have to take a look and you will know what's wrong with the original formations. Ling Xiao knew that he was too straightforward and could easily offend people. However, it was a critical moment now. The enemy's army was about to arrive. He had no choice but to solve these problems as soon as possible. Zhuge Ming wasn't someone who wouldn't listen to anything. He kept a suspicious attitude and looked at the blueprints carefully. When he saw the first blueprint, his expression changed slightly. When he saw the second blueprint, his hands started to tremble. His face revealed a nervous and excited expression. When he saw the third blueprint, he couldn't control his emotions and knelt on the ground directly. He faced Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, Zhuge Ming apologizes to you. At the same time, I thank you on behalf of the 200,000 soldiers and civilians of the northern desert city. Seeing Zhuge Ming's actions, the rest of the people felt strange. Commander Zhuge, there is no need to be so formal. Get up quickly. I am just doing my part. Ling Xiao quickly helped Zhuge Ming up and said, You are killing me. Zhuge, what is going on? Zhang Yufei asked in surprise. Usually, other than the general, you don't kneel to anyone. Even when the imperial edict arrived, you would hide. Why are you kneeling to such a little kid today? Old Zhang, you don't understand. These blueprints are exquisite and amazing. If we upgrade and modify the formations according to the blueprints, the defensive power will be increased by at least 2 or 3 times. It will reduce the casualties of the soldiers and civilians. Zhuge Ming knew that the rest of the people didn't understand formations. He simply explained the multiplication relationship that was easier to understand. But modifying a formation requires materials. The better the formation, the more materials it requires. Now that time is tight, can we make it? Li Ruguang frowned and asked. Zhuge Ming thought for a while and said, The formations and formations that Brother Ling designed will increase the effect by 2 or 3 times. However, the materials used are ordinary materials. This is a real capable person. A formation master. Although we might not be able to gather all the materials in 2 or 3 days, we can still gather most of them. Chapter 1046. Hearing Zhuge Ming's words, not only Li Ruguang, but even Ji Ning could not recognize Ling Xiao anymore. When he first met Ling Xiao, he only admired him for his courage and intelligence. The elixir incident made him feel that this kid was very generous. Now that he even came up with a formation, he did not know what to say. This kid was even scarier than Ji Funing and Yu Xianwei combined. Every generation had a new talent, and each generation was stronger than the previous. Regarding the materials, you don't have to worry. When I designed these formations and formations, I had already considered the problem of materials. Actually, you don't have to look for them, I have enough materials here. However, it would be best if you could find more. After all, there might still be maintenance and repairs needed. Ling Xiao's casual words made a few jaws drop in the meeting hall. You little brat, you really can surprise me every time. Ji Ning smiled bitterly. Zhuge Ming, bring the materials and immediately repair the formations and formations of the northern desert city. Be sure to finish it before the war starts. Yes, great general. Zhuge Ming was very excited. With the upgraded defensive formations, their chances of winning this time had increased by a lot. Even though Timur Mutu was powerful, he probably wouldn't have expected Ling Xiao to be a variable like him. Ling Xiao took out a storage ring and gave it to Zhuge Ming. All the materials are in here. Commander Zhuge, take it. Thank you. At this moment, Zhuge Ming was completely impressed by Ling Xiao. After he left, Zhang Yufei smiled and said, Brother Ling, you have given Zhuge Ming such good stuff. Can you help to improve the combat power of our infantrymen? I have seen it. The weapons and armors used by the northern desert city soldiers are rather outdated. They need to be replaced. Unfortunately, time is tight. Otherwise, I would have helped all of you to refine a new batch. Ling Xiao sighed. No way, you know how to refine weapons? Zhang Yufei was surprised again. Ji Ning, on the other hand, was almost numb. Ling Xiao surprised him again and again, and he was already used to it. A little. Ling Xiao was very modest. After we defend the northern desert city this time, we must trouble you to make more weapons and armors for us. Zhang Yufei sighed. Actually, we don't have to wait that long. Although I can't refine weapons, I can still help to improve the performance of armors and weapons. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Really? Another pleasant surprise. Just when Zhang Yufei was prepared to accept the fact that he could not increase his combat strength, Ling Xiao gave him another pleasant surprise. Of course, it's only for augmentation arrays. I can do it for bows, swords, and spears. It's just that I'm a little lacking in materials for this, so I'll have to trouble you guys. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Okay, give us the list of materials, and we'll think of a way. Zhang Yufei said excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded, then took a piece of paper and wrote down the required materials. It was actually very simple. The key was spirit stones, a large amount of lower-grade spirit stones. In addition, some elemental spirit stones or beast cores were also needed. This was not a problem for the people of the northern desert city. After all, there were many kinds of beast cores in the desert, and they had more than enough beast cores to spare. After looking at the list, Zhang Yufei and Li Ruguang both said that they wanted to prepare the materials immediately. Qin Hua also wanted to go, but he was stopped by Ji Ning. Ling Xiao, I asked Qin Hua to stay because I want to tell you that if you want to gain military merits, you can't stay in the Sikong Zun's team. Why don't you join the Skywolf Knights? This way, it will be easier to gain military merits. Ji Ning revealed his real purpose of asking Qin Hua to stay. Ling Xiao thought for a while, then shook his head and said, General, thank you for your kindness, but I have a better idea. A better idea? Ji Ning asked doubtfully. What idea? General, can you let me select some smart and capable people from the army to form a special team? Ling Xiao asked. A special team? Yes, it's called the Special Forces. Ling Xiao nodded and said, There won't be too many of them, at most 100 or so. Their strength must be top-notch among the soldiers, and they must have special abilities and be willing to listen to orders. What does this Special Forces do? Ji Ning asked doubtfully. The Special Forces will not be exposed to the public, but they are hidden by the country. They have never shown their faces, and no one knows of their existence. They exist as a trump card on the battlefield, and when necessary, they will turn the tide and even sacrifice their lives for the country in exchange for a decisive victory. They should be prepared to die. Their mission is very difficult, and even unimaginably terrifying. No one knows what they have done, no one knows what they have saved, and no one even knows what they have sacrificed. Silently contributing to the country without asking for anything in return, this is the Special Forces of the Special Forces. Ling Xiao replied. The Special Forces I set up can carry out many special missions. For example, decapitation. That is to attack the enemy's key figures and command center, leaving the enemy in a leaderless and uncommunicable state. Another example is harassment. That is to hinder the enemy's ability to move, including destroying the enemy's equipment and systems, attacking the enemy's important civilian infrastructure, and ambushing the enemy, etc. Psychological warfare also plays an important role in the entire harassment strategy, because the Special Forces' surprise attack itself will cause fear and chaos in the enemy camp. In addition, there are escort operations and rescue operations, which are all things that the Special Forces can do. Because the target is small and hidden, they can also carry out reconnaissance and infiltration. Ling Xiao didn't have the concept of the Special Forces before, but the new memories in the Spirit Sea gave him this knowledge. He felt that it was very good, and it was very suitable for him. That was why he suggested to Ji Ning to set up such a Special Forces. How did you think of this? Even Ji Ning, who was already numb, was still shocked speechless when he heard Ling Xiao's words. I saw it in the ancient books. In fact, before the war between the True Devil Empire and the Sacred Dynasty, the True Devil Empire had formed a similar team. After the war broke out, the members of this team sneaked into the enemy countries to carry out extensive destruction, and the results were outstanding. The main combat mode of the Special Forces in the mystic world was thus established. Ling Xiao was completely talking nonsense, but Ji Ning had no way to investigate this kind of thing. Alright, I don't care where you've seen it from, but I'm very interested in this new model. How about this? I'll give you the authority to choose any warrior you want from the Celestial Wolf Knights, archers, infantry, and mecha. Ji Ning felt that it was good, so he agreed to Ling Xiao's proposal. Chapter 1047. Thank you, Grand General. Also, I hope that the friends I brought can be incorporated into the army. You don't need to give them any special privileges. Everything starts from the basics. However, I want to incorporate Cold Plum and Haim Myung-keo into the Special Forces. Ling Xiao smiled and said, This is a small matter. Let's go. I will personally bring you to pick the people. With Ji Ning personally leading Ling Xiao, the selection of the special forces became much easier. Including Ling Xiao, Haim Myunkeo, and Cold Plum, the number of people in the special forces reached 60. Although there were not many people, their cultivation levels were all above the Avalon of 5 elements. Furthermore, each of them had their own unique skills. Most importantly, these people were smart enough to learn new things faster. This made training easier. Grand General, this team will be called Dark Assassins in the future. It will be a sharp blade in the darkness of the northern desert city. Whether I am still in the army in the future or not, they can continue to exist, Ling Xiao suggested after the formation of the special forces. Okay, it will be called Dark Assassins. It's a pity that you can't stay in the army for a long time. Otherwise, it would be great. Ji Ning lamented. Martial artists and soldiers had different pursuits. What martial artists pursued was to become stronger. Soldiers, on the other hand, pursued loyalty to their country. If Ji Ning wasn't a soldier, then he might have already left the Divine Phoenix continent with Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei. His current cultivation would also be much stronger than it was now. Ling Xiao was a martial artist. The army could not restrain him. He had to go out and explore. In the next 3 days, other than modifying the equipment for the northern desert city's army, Ling Xiao used the rest of his time to train the Dark Assassins. Although it was impossible to impart everything to these people in such a short time, they were still soldiers. However, they were soldiers after all. As long as they were trained a little, they would be able to form a fighting force. That alone was enough. Woo! The sound of a bugle horn came from the northern desert pass, which was about a mile away from the northern desert city. It was as loud as a mournful wail and spread into the northern desert city. They're here! Timur Mutu is here! Tomohiko Kuma was here! The Black Crow Empire's army has arrived! In the city, whether it was the soldiers who were discussing the war, the people who were farming, or the merchants who were trading, all of them looked toward the northern sky at the same time. Yellow sand filled the sky, blotting out the sun. The horses' hooves thundered. The mount of the Black Crow Empire was the Black Crow Beast. It was a strange beast that looked like a war horse but had a pair of black wings. In terms of battle prowess, it was not inferior to the phoenix and the battle wolf, much less the barbaric bear. In the Dark Thorn camp, Ling Xiao changed into a strange outfit. The clothes were not armor, but made of a special material. The color was very similar to the environment of the northern desert. If he were to lie on the ground, no one would be able to notice him unless they looked carefully. The soldiers of the Dark Assassins were also dressed in the same uniform. They looked very special and mighty. Boss, they're here! A soldier of the Dark Thorn glanced at Ling Xiao and said nervously. The Black Crow Empire's army has come a long way. They probably won't attack immediately after they arrive. Listen to my orders. Cold Plum, take 2 people and observe the situation closely. It would be best if you can sneak into their camp. Even if you can't, you have to bring back the information. Ling Xiao ordered. Include their exact number, equipment, and the location of Tomohiko Kuma and Timur Mutu. The more detailed, the better. Yes. Leng Mei nodded. Then, she chose 2 people and left the city quietly. She did not even alert anyone. This was why they were called the Special Forces. Powerful and secretive. Because no one could be sure that there were no spies of the Black Crow Empire in the northern desert city. Even if it was an operation of the Dark Thorn, they had to try their best to keep it a secret. The rest of you, wait for orders. Without my orders, no one is allowed to attack or do anything else. You are a sharp blade, the trump card of the northern desert city. You must not be exposed in advance. After giving the order, Ling Xiao left with Haim Myunkeo. Many people knew the 2 of them, so there was no need to hide. As long as most of the people of the Dark Thorn kept it a secret, it was enough. Standing on top of the city wall, one could see the flags covering the sun in the distance. That was the Black Crow Empire's army. Ling Xiao had never seen such a scene before. Compared to the Black Crow Empire's army, the new True Demon Empire's army was simply too weak. Just this murderous aura alone was enough to make people fearful. Enough ants could bite an elephant to death. This saying should not be nonsense. If the 1.2 million soldiers attacked together, even a yin-yang realm martial artist would not be able to escape death unless they were at the yin-yang realm. Ji Ning, it's already come to this. Do you still want us to stay outside the city? Why don't we join forces and guard the northern desert city together? At the city gate, Sikong Zun led a dozen people over. Sikong Zun, are you afraid? You are the general of the northern expedition personally appointed by the emperor. How can you be so timid? Ji Ning would not let the people of Sikong Zun enter the northern desert city no matter what. As the saying goes, a mouse can ruin a pot of soup. If the Sikong Zun entered, not only would it not improve the defense of the northern desert city, it might even cause trouble. Moreover, the Sikong Zun was currently stationed at the northern desert pass. This pass and the northern desert city formed a triangle. If the Sikong Zun really wanted to deal with the Black Crow Empire together, they could have done something during the war instead of hiding in the northern desert city. I'm timid? I, Sikong Zun, really don't know how to write the word timid. Okay, then you and I will form a triangle and help each other. How about that? The Sikong Zun shouted. Of course. Ji Ning nodded. Let's go! The Sikong Zun turned the savage bear around and galloped towards the northern desert pass. General, the Black Crow Empire has entered the battle. Don't worry, they are probably here to challenge us. In our current situation, going out to fight them will only lead to our own destruction. Pass down the order, no matter how much they curse us or how unpleasant their words are, we have to endure it. Whoever dares to enter the battle, kill them without mercy. Ji Ning was already used to such scenes. In the past, there were generals who could not stand those obscenities and went out to fight. As a result, they were captured and the city was easily broken through. This was a bloody lesson. Ji Ning had been a general for so many years, so he naturally knew about it. Just as he said, the Black Crow Empire only sent out a few hundred people. All of them were riding black crows and wearing black armor. Even their faces were completely covered, making them look very formidable. They stopped outside the range of the northern desert city's crossbows and began to challenge them. Ji Ning, you coward, just go back into your shell. How can you call yourself an invincible general? You're simply a coward! Such curses could be heard almost every day outside the northern desert city. Ji Ning completely turned a deaf ear to it. He simply ignored it and didn't care at all. Chapter 1048. The soldiers of the northern desert city were used to being scolded like this. They were completely stupefied and treated it as if dogs were barking below them. Although they did not care, the soldiers of the Imperial City Barracks could not stand it. The Imperial City Barracks had been near the Imperial City for a long time and had not experienced a real battle for a long time. They were completely incomparable to the border guards. More importantly, they were the signboard of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This time, they were here to help the Emperor eradicate the Black Crow Empire's army and gain military merits. If they hid in the city and did not dare to go out, how embarrassing would that be? A cold smile appeared on Sikong Zun's face as he looked at the restless army, and then he shouted loudly. Ji Ning is incompetent and can suffer such humiliation, but the soldiers of our expedition army are all brave men and can't suffer such humiliation. Who is willing to go out and kill those Black Crow bastards? We are willing to go! Almost everyone in the Imperial City Barracks shouted loudly. Good! All of you want to gain military merits. I, Sikong Zun, will not side with anyone. 50 of you from the Phoenix Academy, step forward. 50 of you from the Qingshu College, step forward. Sikong Zun said loudly. Soon, 100 people were gathered. They rode out of the northern desert pass on their bears. Only then did the northern desert city barracks realize that something was wrong. Oh no, these people are too impatient. The Black Crow Empire's soldiers are the elites of the Black Crow Knights. The weakest among them is at the Three Talents realm and they are good at fighting. If these people go out, I'm afraid they won't be able to come back. Zhuge Ming said anxiously. I'm afraid it's not that they are impatient. Someone is purposely sending them to their deaths, Jining said coldly. This emperor is really rotten to the core. In order to protect his power, he is willing to take the lives of these loyal and patriotic soldiers as a joke. I don't understand. What good will it do for the emperor if these people die? Li Ruguan asked. You still don't understand? Not only does the emperor want to cripple me, but he also wants to cripple Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong. If this battle fails, even if the three of us don't die on the battlefield, we will be framed to death by him, Jining said with a sigh. I'm afraid that the Emperor and the Black Crow Empire have reached some kind of agreement. Otherwise, the Black Crow Empire would not choose to send their army at this time. This goes against common sense. Hearing Jining's words, everyone was shocked. Stop right there! Whoever dares to fight without permission, don't blame me for being merciless. I respect you as a genius from Qingshu College. I have high hopes for you. Are you going to be the Black Crow Empire's lackey today? The leader was a student from Qingshu College. He had graduated a long time ago and was now a guard captain in the army. Seeing Ling Xiao pulling the bow, he did not look happy. He turned around and said to the others, You guys go first. I want to see if this Ling Xiao dares to shoot his fellow students with arrows. The others continued to move forward. Ling Xiao's hands were shaking. For the first time, he felt that he was so incompetent and helpless. You don't want to shoot? Then I'll go. The senior from Qingshu College turned around and caught up with the troops. 100 savage bear riders against 100 elite Black Crow riders. Seeing the 100 people approaching, the Black Crow riders showed a ferocious expression. Everyone crept behind them. Almost at the same time, they knocked their bows and shot. It was obvious that they had practiced this cooperation many times. There was almost no pause. When the 100 savage bear riders were less than 50 meters away, they all shot their bows and arrows. Each person shot one arrow. They were all excellent archers. The tragic savage bear riders fell to the ground one by one before they could get close to these people. Some of them died, and some of them fell off their mounts. Kill! The Black Crow riders roared in unison and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, they reached the soldiers who had fallen to the ground. The long spears in their hands pierced into their bodies without mercy. What? The senior from Qingshu College was delayed by Ling Xiao for a moment, so he did not die from the arrow. However, his heart was pierced by a spear. At the moment when he was about to die, he turned around and looked at the city wall. He looked at Ling Xiao with a regretful expression. He regretted not only because he died in battle, but also because all the people under his command died in battle. Bastard! Ling Xiao was so angry that he punched the city wall. There was an indescribable anger in his chest. He hated the people of the Black Crow Empire, and he hated the old dog Sikong Zun even more. If it were not for Sikong Zun, these people would not have come out to die. However, Sikong Zun was laughing happily in his heart. He pretended to be sad and angry and shouted, The Black Crow bastards are despicable and shameless. They use bows and arrows to launch a sneak attack. The men of the godly Phoenix Empire are all good. Who is willing to fight and avenge them? I am willing. It was another soldier from Qingshu College. He was a centurion. He could not sit by and do nothing when he saw his fellow disciples and comrades die tragically. Good, the soldiers of Qingshu College are all good. Who else is willing to fight? If they die in battle, I will definitely reward them and take good care of their families. Sikong Zun continued to fan the flames. I am willing. Me too. It is my duty to kill the Black Crow bastards. Soldiers were like this. They were all straightforward people and did not have many dirty thoughts. How could they know that their commander was deliberately sending them to their deaths? They really wanted to avenge their fallen comrades. Old dog Sikong, you deserve to die. Ling Xiao's eyes turned red when he saw another 100 steel cavalry charging out from the northern desert pass. He was not a cold and heartless person. Soldiers who were both brave and loyal had to make such a meaningless sacrifice. It really made one feel both grief and indignation. I'm Myeonkeo, Cold Plum, follow me to battle. Cold Plum had already arranged for people from the Dark Assassins to infiltrate the Black Crow Empire's camp. However, she was too big of a target, so she came back. Otherwise, she would not be able to help and might even expose her comrades. At this time, Ling Xiao was too far away from the pass. He could not stop Si Kong Zun from doing anything. The only thing he could do now was to fight in person. Ling Xiao, don't be impulsive. The enemy is too strong. You are no match for them. Ji Ning shouted. But Great General, do you want me to watch those good men throw away their lives without doing anything? I really can't do that. Ling Xiao shook his head. Ji Ning could not answer. If he saw the soldiers of the Northern Desert Pass die for no reason, he would also go out to stop them, even if it was very dangerous. Brother Ling, if you insist on fighting, take this with you. Zhu Gaming took out something. It was a blooming lotus, but it gave people a feeling of extreme danger. Its name is Immortal Wrath Lotus. It's an ancient puppet hidden weapon that I got from the ancient tomb. Unfortunately, after it was repaired, its power is not as strong as before. But no matter what, it can still help you. It can definitely delay the attack of the Black Crow Knight. Chapter 1049. Zhu Gaming had been keeping the Immortal Fury Lotus like a treasure. He had planned to use it when the Northern Desert City was in danger. Today, he was willing to use it for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the strange lotus. Suddenly, a familiar feeling flowed into his spiritual sea. At that moment, he seemed to understand the horror of this thing. Thank you. Ling Xiao put it in his storage ring and jumped off the city wall. He opened his black and white wings and rushed to the enemy. Han Myeonkeo and Cold Plum followed him. The three of them rushed to the Black Raven Knights before the 100 Iron Cavalry. They were risking their lives. They were also confident. Who is that? The running Iron Cavalry also noticed the situation here. Ling Xiao. It's Governor Ling. Does he want to defeat the 100 Black Raven Knights with the three of them? He's crazy. He must be crazy. On the Northern Desert Pass, Si Kong Zun sneered. He had always thought that Ling Xiao was a calm and cautious person. He didn't expect that he would do such a stupid thing today. It was exactly what he wanted. Jia Yun was also trembling with excitement. Die, ha ha ha, it seems that I don't have to do it. Ji Zhongran and Wan Qiufeng looked at Ling Xiao viciously, looking forward to the moment when he was killed by the Black Raven Knights. Feng Qingyan was anxious. LV Chenglong was shocked. On the Northern Desert City, there was suddenly a loud sound of war drums. It turned out that Ji Ning was beating the drums to cheer for Ling Xiao. The sound of the drums was like thunder, making people's blood boil. At the same time, on the Northern Desert Pass, LV Chenglong roared. Soldiers, Governor Ling is going to fight for us. Let's cheer for him with the loudest war song. The smoke of war rises, people look to the north. The war song sounded from the tens of thousands of soldiers, causing the earth to shake and the crowd to be excited. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. He was already within 100 meters of the Raven Knight. The Raven Knights looked coldly at Ling Xiao, the audacious guy, and took out their bows and arrows. It was almost the same rhythm, almost the same scene. The only difference was that 100 arrows were used to deal with 100 people. Now 100 arrows were only used to deal with 3 people. The arrow tore through the sky, causing the wind to howl and the dust to roll, and it brought along a piercingly cold, murderous aura. Kill! Ling Xiao roared once again as he thrust out the Golden Crow's sword, sending out red sun alls one after another. The crimson sun all turned into countless small suns in the air and collided with the arrows. Crackle! The Raven Knight was surprised to find that the 3 people in front of him had disappeared. Ling Xiao knew very well that it was impossible for him to fight against hundreds of Black Raven Knights by himself. Therefore, the red sun all was just a cover. What he needed to do was to defeat them one by one. The Shadow Step and Shadow Armor allowed him to do this easily. Cold Plum had a terrifying killer martial soul, so it was easy for her to hide herself. Hai Myungkeo also had a tool that could make her invisible. The reason why Ling Xiao only brought these two people to battle and not the rest was because he had thought it through carefully. Kill! When the third shout rang out, a resplendent lotus flower exploded in the middle of the crowd. Immediately, a rain of blood splattered and broken limbs flew everywhere. How can it be so powerful? Zhuge Ming was stunned when he saw this scene. He had used the immortal Fury Lotus before, but its power could only injure a dozen 8 desolate heaven martial artists at most. However, when Ling Xiao used it, half of the Raven Knights died in an instant. No one who was touched by the lotus could survive. After the lotus flower, it was the plum blossom. Cold Plum was an assassin. Her killing method was beautiful. But it was also terrifying. The martial artists who were touched by the plum blossom were either killed or injured. In an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground. Before the Raven Knights could react, a huge palm fell from the sky and landed in the crowd. More than a dozen people fell to the ground and died tragically. Before the Raven Knights realized what was going on, there were only a dozen people left. However, the nightmare was not over. The Shadow All was released unknowingly, and more than a dozen people died tragically. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The leader of the Raven Knights saw that the situation was not right. There were only 3 or 4 people left in an instant. How could he dare to stay on this hellish battlefield? He turned his horse around and fled into the distance. This scene stunned everyone on both sides. The Black Raven Knights, who had been swaggering and domineering before, were now fleeing in such a sorry state. Could this scene be real? Escape now? It's too late. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at the fleeing leader of the Raven Knights. He did not care about the others. With Cold Plum and Hai Myungkeo around, those people could not leave alive. A sword was pointed at the target in the distance. The drums were still beating. The singing was louder. There were countless experts on the battlefield. At this time, they were overshadowed by one person's brilliance. The Light and Shadow All. The sword she broke through the air and covered a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. The leader of the Raven Knights and his Raven Beast were split into 2 halves. The drums and the singing stopped abruptly. There was only the whistling of the wind on the battlefield. A moment later, a thunderous roar resounded from the northern desert city to the northern desert pass. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! There was only one person's name in everyone's mouth, and that was Ling Xiao. Those who offend the Divine Phoenix will be killed! Ling Xiao stepped forward and cut off the enemy general's head that had been split into 2 halves. He held it high in his hand and let out a fiery roar. 3 people, 3 swords. Hundreds of Raven Knights were destroyed in an instant. This completely shocked everyone. In the enemy's formation, Timur Muta's face was gloomy. Tomohiko Kuma was dumbfounded. Is he one of the 10 great phoenixes? Tomohiko Kuma asked the strategist beside him. Little Duke, this person is called Ling Xiao. He is not one of the 10 great phoenixes, but he has recently defeated strong enemies in the Divine Phoenix capital, and his reputation is unparalleled. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! I will remember this name! Tomohiko Kuma muttered to himself, and waved his hand. We have lost today, we can't fight anymore. Retreat! He was very clear that although only 100 Raven Knights had died, they were the elites of the Black Raven Knights, and their deaths were heartbreaking. More importantly, these people had died in battle, and the morale of the Black Crow Empire's army was low. If they launched an attack at this time, it was tantamount to asking for trouble. Little Duke, this person can't be left alive. Let me go and kill him! Timur Mutu kept staring at Ling Xiao. His eyes were like those of a falcon staring at its prey. Master, be careful! Tomohiko Kuma nodded and did not stop him. Because he could also see that Ling Xiao was not a simple person. If he could not kill him while his cultivation was not strong enough, then he would definitely become a great disaster in the future. Timur Mutu broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. Cold Plum, Hai Myungkeo, the 2 of you retreat first. Ling Xiao felt an extremely dangerous aura breaking through the air and knew that he was definitely not a match for it, so he hurriedly shouted to Cold Plum and Haim Myunkeo. Chapter 1050. Ling Xiao had already sensed the impending danger, so he let Haim Myunkeo and Cold Plum leave first. However, Timur Mutu was too fast. He was so fast that no one had a chance to catch their breath. A huge hand that covered the sky tore through the void and slapped towards Ling Xiao, intending to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Boom! An explosion sounded in the air. Mutu's hand was intercepted by another hand. It was Ji Ning. If Ling Xiao could sense Mutu's aura, so could Ji Ning. You, the commander of an army, actually dared to take the risk to fight for such a brat? Timur Mutu looked at Ji Ning in surprise. Didn't you, the commander of an army, also take the risk to fight to kill him? Ji Ning stood in front of Ling Xiao. Wearing his armor, he looked like a war god. Let's go! Ling Xiao knew what to do at this time. He turned his head to look at Haim Myunkeo and Cold Plum, then quickly left. However, he didn't go to Northern Desert City. Instead, he went to Northern Desert Pass. As the military governor, he naturally had the right to open the city gates. General Sikong, I have already dealt with the 100 Black Crow Knights. As the great general, shouldn't you set an example? Other than you and great General Ji Ning, no one is a match for Timur Mutu. Now is the time to make contributions. You can't hide in this pass. General Jinbei, please fight! Feng Qingyan and LV Qinglong also said loudly. General Jinbei, please fight and strengthen our country! Countless soldiers of the Imperial City Barracks also shouted in unison. Their voices resounded throughout the entire Northern Desert Pass. Sikong Zun narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. He was a little angry. Although Timur Mutu was also a yin-yang realm expert, he was obviously stronger than Ji Ning and him. If he went out, he would definitely be injured. What a sinister brat. But he had never thought that if he had instigated so many officers and soldiers to throw away their lives, wouldn't that be even more sinister and vicious? Ling Xiao, what exactly are you thinking? The great general was the commander-in-chief of an army. How could he rashly go into battle? If something happens, won't the army fall into chaos? Jia Yun stood out and said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Young Master Jia doesn't need to worry about this. Even if General Sikong dies in battle, the Imperial City Barracks still has General Lu. Moreover, the great general had said that if we were to hide in the city, we would be seen as cowardly. That would damage the morale of our army. Regardless of life or death, as long as he dared to fight, he would be proud, and he would be recorded as a meritorious deed. Since that was the case, the general should set an example. Could it be that the great general was truly afraid of death? Will that disappoint everyone? What a vicious brat. Doesn't that mean I have to fight? Sikong Zun's face darkened. Ling Xiao's words put him in a difficult position. He didn't have much control over the Imperial City Barracks to begin with. If he didn't fight today, those people would look down on him even more. But if he fought, what if something happened? He definitely couldn't get injured now. Otherwise, there would definitely be people who would seize the opportunity to seize power. Great General, the Divine Phoenix Empire's officers and soldiers can bleed and lose their lives. Don't tell me that you, the Lightning Demon King of the True Devil Empire, can't bleed a little. Ling Xiao's words were simply heartbreaking. His words hit the nail on the head. Once again, the Imperial City Barracks officers and soldiers clearly saw Sikong Zun's true colors. This person was indeed a spy from the True Devil Empire. Otherwise, why would he incite the Divine Phoenix Empire's officers and soldiers to throw away their lives? When it was his turn to fight, he refused to do so? Impudent! Ling Xiao, even though you're the military governor, you can't slander this marshal. This marshal now suspects that your secret edict is fake. Men, capture this thief and interrogate him properly. Sikong Zun finally revealed his ferocious side. He would rather lose some control than get injured. So even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't fight. I'll see who dares to make a move, Feng Qingyan coldly said. Who exactly is the spy? We'll know when we return to the Imperial City. Since the Great General is afraid to fight, then let me assist Great General Ji Ning. Ling Xiao, let's go. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Ling Xiao and leaped out of the mountain pass. After sending Ling Xiao to Northern Desert City, he joined the battle with Timur Mu Tuesday. Ji Ning was indeed not Mu Tu's match by himself, but with Feng Qingyan's help, at least he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. However, the more the two fought, the more frightened they became. This Mu Tu's strength was truly terrifying. If the two of them joined hands, something might happen after a long time. Retreat! Originally, Ji Ning joined the battle to save Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was fine, he didn't need to continue fighting with Mu Tuesday. The two of them looked at each other, then retreated almost at the same time and leaped up the city wall. Activate the defensive formation! Shuge Ming gave the order. When Mu Tu was chasing, he was attacked by the formation. A gust of wind rose, and then yellow sand filled the sky. Mu Tu had to stop chasing. He also frowned. It seems that a forceful attack won't work. We can only use tactics. He turned and flew back to the Black Crow Empire's army. Then, the army retreated and set up camp. Master, do you have a good plan? Tomohiko Kuma rode on the Black Crow and asked Timur Mu Tuesday. You first. Mu Tu said. A forceful attack won't work, but we can use tactics. Great minds think alike, ha ha ha. It was late at night, and the wind in the northern desert was very strong. The Black Crow Empire wouldn't choose to attack the northern desert city under such circumstances, so all the soldiers could rest at ease for the time being. Report. Ji Ning, who was resting with his eyes closed and ready to fight at any time, suddenly heard a loud shout from outside. What's the matter? Reporting to the Great General, General LV Chenglong requests to see you. General LV? What is he doing here? Invite him in. Ji Ning and LV Chenglong used to be comrades in the past, so naturally, he was very close. When he heard that LV Chenglong had come, he happily invited him in. Ha ha ha, Great General, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still as brave as ever. You didn't lose in the battle with Mu Tu today. LV Chenglong walked into the hall and gave Ji Ning a bear hug. The relationship between the two was obvious. Chenglong, didn't you say anything when you came to the Sikong Zun this time? Ji Ning asked in confusion. Great General, it was the Sikong Zun who asked me to come. He said that he wanted to invite you and Ling Xiao to a banquet to discuss the matter of joining forces against the enemy. LV Chenglong said solemnly. He's sincere about joining forces? Ji Ning didn't believe it. LV Chenglong also sighed and said, whether he's sincere or not, I really don't know. Moreover, this banquet is very likely to be a trap. However, this is all my speculation. I still have to tell you what I should tell you. Otherwise, if we miss the opportunity to join forces, I'm afraid it will be my responsibility. Ji Ning tapped the table lightly and thought for a long time before saying, how can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Even if this banquet is really a trap, I still have to go. Didn't the Holy Emperor State also go to the banquet of murder? In the end, the sacred dynasty was revived. Why can't I go? He had no choice but to go. If he didn't go, once something happened to the northern desert city in the future, the Sikong Zun could use the excuse that he broke the unity and refused to join forces against the enemy. In the end, someone else would still have something against him. Chapter 1051. For Ji Ning, although it was dangerous to attend the banquet, it was not necessarily without benefits. At the very least, he could let the soldiers of the Imperial City know that Ji Ning truly wanted to unite against the enemy. Actually, General, you don't have to worry too much. With Feng Qingyan and I around, the Sikong Zun won't be able to play any tricks, LV Chenglong said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Men, inform Ling Xiao to go to the banquet with me at the Northern Desert Pass. Ji Ning stood up and ordered. The moment Ling Xiao received the news, he guessed that the banquet would not be a good one. But just as Jining said, even if he knew it was a trap, he still had to go. Unless Jining was determined to rebel and declare himself king, then he could choose not to go. But at that time, the emperor could openly attack the northern desert city. In this way, the northern desert city would be attacked from both sides. The mere tens of thousands of soldiers would not be enough to kill. Therefore, he agreed to go. But he had to be careful because no one could be sure that the old dog Sikong Zun would not play any tricks. That night, Ji Ning and Ling Xiao went to the northern desert pass under the leadership of LV Chenglong. Ling Xiao did not bring anyone with him. He only ordered Hai Myungkeo and Cold Plum to lead the dark assassins to wait outside the northern desert pass and be ready to provide support at any time. He felt that tonight would not be a peaceful night. Sikong Zun had already prepared a banquet. His attitude was quite sincere, saying that it was his fault for not helping Ji Ning today. Sikong Zun did not even argue with Ji Ning about the joint battle. Ji Ning said whatever Ji Ning said, as if he was a completely different person. But the better his attitude was, the more Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong and uneasy. However, he really couldn't imagine what would happen in such a situation. The banquet ended in such a harmonious situation. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Ning also breathed a sigh of relief. Many people present also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, thinking that everything should be fine. General Sikong, it's getting late. I need to rush back to Northern Desert City. Who knows when the Black Crow Empire will launch an attack? It's better to be careful. Ji Ning stood up and cupped his hands. Although they were confused, since nothing had happened, it was naturally for the best. No one wanted to have a conflict at this time. However, right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly sounded from outside the northern desert pass. Ling Xiao recognized that it was Li Ruguang and Zhang Yufei's roars. Something had happened. He didn't understand why the two of them would suddenly lead their troops here, but he knew that something must have happened. But before he could figure out what was going on, Sikong Zun suddenly screamed and retreated. Blood dripped from the corner of its mouth, and even its armor was shattered. Why? General Ji Ning, why did you do this? Sikong Zun looked at Ji Ning in surprise, lying weakly on the ground, and questioned him loudly. Ji Ning, on the other hand, had a blank expression on his face. He had just heard the commotion outside, and then Sikong Zun had walked to his side and suddenly attacked him. Of course, this was very covert because everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion outside, so no one noticed that Sikong Zun had attacked. Then Ji Ning would definitely be on guard. Unexpectedly, he had only counterattacked, and it was impossible for him to seriously injure Sikong Zun. However, Sikong Zun's performance was completely out of his expectations. That was why he had a blank expression on his face. Protect General Sikong, surround Ji Ning, don't let him escape! Someone shouted, and the soldiers of the Imperial City Barracks were all agitated. How could this be? Sikong Zun had kindly invited Ji Ning to a banquet to discuss the important matter of fighting the enemy together. Unexpectedly, not only did Ji Ning not appreciate the invitation, he even injured General Sikong. What's more, he had mobilized troops to surround the northern desert pass. Even if they respected Ji Ning before, they could not remain calm at this time. In addition, there were people who wanted to sow discord, and a group of people directly surrounded Ji Ning. At this moment, Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong were the most embarrassed. They did not know whether to make a move or not. If they made a move, there would be a fight between the Northern Desert Army and the Imperial City Barracks tonight, and then the Black Crow Empire would be able to reap the benefits. If they did not make a move, they could only watch as Sikong Zun was seriously injured. Were they just going to sit by and do nothing? That was not right. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. It was a sharp arrow, and its target was Ji Ning. However, at this moment, Ji Ning did not want to make a move. He was not as flexible as Ling Xiao, and in this situation, he was more willing to explain. Unfortunately, there were obviously people in the crowd who wanted his life. Could he explain clearly? Seeing that the arrow was about to hit Ji Ning still did not move. He had a clear conscience, so he did not want to move. However, he did not think that once he died, he would never be able to clear his name. Crack! At this critical moment, a sword light broke through the air. Ling Xiao had made a move. Ling Xiao was not Ji Ning. He was the most quick-witted. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. The only thing he could do was to protect Ji Ning and leave the northern desert pass. As for the injustice, it would not be too late to clear it later. If something happened to Ji Ning, the northern desert city would really be finished. The Black Crow Empire would definitely invade, and no one would be able to stop them. Military Governor Ling, we respect you as a hero. Don't protect this villain. He looks upright on the surface, but he's actually a despicable and shameless villain. A person walked out from the crowd. He was a commander of the Imperial City Barracks, and his cultivation was at the 10 Directions Heaven realm. I believe that General Ji Ning would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. We can't fall into the Black Crow Empire's trap. The northern desert city cannot do without Ji Ning. Once Ji Ning is gone, the Black Crow Empire's army will be able to invade. Ling Xiao did not want to make a move, so he hoped that someone would understand his words. Why are you wasting your breath on this guy? He has such a good relationship with Ji Ning. This time, they might be colluding with each other. Jia Yun shouted angrily. Avenge General Sikong. Kill Ji Ning and Ling Xiao. Yes, kill Ji Ning and Ling Xiao. Kill! Wan Qiufeng, Ji Chongran, and the other martial artists of the Phoenix Academy began to shout, and the scene was chaotic. Shut up! The commander who spoke earlier roared. When all the voices stopped, he said, Commander Ling, I can believe you for the time being and won't attack Ji Ning. But you two have to stay in the northern desert pass for the time being. You can't go anywhere. We can make a decision after the investigation is done. Logically speaking, there was no problem with his words. However, Ling Xiao knew that it was too easy to frame someone. If he stayed here with Ji Ning today, then he would really be convicted. He might even end up committing suicide to escape punishment. Of course, more importantly, he could stay here, but Ji Ning could not. The northern desert city could not do without Ji Ning's command. Chapter 1052. How about this? I'll stay here and let General Ji Ning go back. Is that okay? This was the best idea Ling Xiao could come up with. No, you can go back, but he must stay. The commander shook his head and said, Ling Xiao, you can go. Ji Ning, do things with a clear conscience. I didn't injure Sikong Zun. I don't need to run away. Ji Ning also spoke up. General, you're usually quite shrewd. Why are you so muddle-headed at such a critical moment? Do you have a clear conscience? But there are too many generals in this world who have been killed with a clear conscience. Listen to me. With your strength, no one can stop you if you want to leave. I'll stay here. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I, Ling Xiao, have a cheap life. If I die, I die. It doesn't matter. But you're different. Nonsense. Do you want me, Ji Ning, to kill you for no reason? Ji Ning was really stubborn at this moment. Just as the two of them were arguing incessantly, a sword suddenly pierced over. The attacker was wearing an iron helmet and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but he wasn't weak. Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. He stabbed directly. The long sword pierced the opponent's armor, and the sharp blade tore the metal armor apart. Get lost! I don't want to kill you! Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't kill indiscriminately at this time. Otherwise, the situation would become even more serious. However, the opponent didn't care at all. Despite the danger of being hit by Ling Xiao's sword, the sword in his hand still pierced toward Ji Ning. Don't blame me! Ling Xiao absolutely couldn't let anyone kill Ji Ning, so he withdrew his sword and kicked the man in the chest, trying to send him flying. But the moment he kicked, he realized that he had miscalculated. The person in front of him was just a distraction. While Ji Ning was busy dealing with this person, a sharp arrow pierced through his body. Fortunately, Ji Ning instinctively dodged and avoided being hit in the vitals. However, the place where the arrow wound was had already turned black. "This arrow is poisonous!" Ling Xiao looked at Ji Ning in shock. "And this is not a normal poison, this is black extinction powder." The black extinction powder was a powerful poison that the Black Crow Empire specialized in. It could even injure Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Even if it could not kill them, it could immobilize them for a short period of time. "General, we have to leave now. It's too late. There must be a spy among the crowd." Ling Xiao was anxious. After all, he was not strong enough, and this person was able to silently injure Ji Ning. He was afraid that this person's strength was not much weaker than Ji Ning's. Ling Xiao even suspected that this guy was Timur Mutu. Could it be that Sikong Zun was really colluding with the Black Crow Empire? Or could it be that this was all arranged by the Emperor? The more he thought about it, the scarier it was. The people who played this game had endless sinister methods. It was unimaginable. "He can't take it anymore. Kill him quickly. Don't let him escape." Under Jia Yun's instigation, the Phoenix Academy's people finally took out their bows and shot randomly at Ji Ning. Ling Xiao's sword light swept and blocked most of the arrows, but there were still a few that he could not block. The black extinction powder's medicinal effects were too terrifying. Ji Ning could only barely block it. He was hit by a few arrows and was bleeding non-stop. Moreover, it was all black blood. "Get lost! I will kill whoever stops me today!" Ling Xiao had no other choice. If Ji Ning died here today, then the northern desert city and the Imperial City barracks would become like fire and water. If they fought here, only the Black Crow Empire would be pleased. What arrogance! This is the Imperial City barracks. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. Jia Yun sneered and blocked Ling Xiao's path. "I said get lost!" Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. The crimson sun all tore through the void. Jia Yun was obviously shocked. However, this sword was ultimately blocked by the commander with the 10 Directions Heaven cultivation base. "Military Governor Ling, stay. General Ji Ning has been poisoned and can't leave. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to stay, I can guarantee your safety." "You can guarantee our safety? If Sikong Zun colluded with the Black Crow Empire and deliberately framed General Ji Ning, can you protect us? Don't think too highly of yourself. If something happens, you will be the country's sinner." Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to reason. The facts were obvious. Today's banquet had been a trap. However, either Ling Xiao nor Ji Ning had expected that Sikong Zun would seriously injure himself in order to frame them. This was really ruthless. Let them go. Perhaps we can't blame them for this. We can only blame Sikong Zun for trusting others too much. Sikong Zun lay on the ground. The military doctor was treating him. At this moment, his acting skills were at their peak. Anyone who saw his feeble appearance and heard his words would have a deep admiration for him. What a great man! It seemed that they had all wronged him. He was actually a noble, great, and admirable man. Ling Xiao watched Sikong Zun's performance coldly. He couldn't say anything. Anything he said now would be seen as shameless and despicable. As long as they could leave this place, it would be fine. The truth couldn't be buried forever. "No, General Sikong is magnanimous, but we can't let the culprit leave." At this moment, Jia Yun jumped out again. Sikong Zun sighed. "Listen to me. Do you want to see internal strife in our divine Phoenix Empire's army?" Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering clap of thunder sounded from Northern Desert Pass. "Not good, General Sikong. Those people from Northern Desert City have made their move. They said that we're going to harm their general, so they're giving us the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If we don't hand him over, they'll fight to the death." Ling Xiao was stunned. How could Li Ruguang and Zhang Yufei be so stupid? Li Ruguang was a serious person, but Zhang Yufei was meticulous even though he was rough. Shuge Ming was even more so a wise general. They definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that there really was a spy from the Emperor or the Black Crow Empire in Northern Desert City? And this spy's strength and position shouldn't be low. At the very least, he should be a chilly arch. Many strange memories surfaced in Ling Xiao's mind. These memories were all about the fate of these loyal generals who served their country. When dealing with these people, the enemy couldn't defeat them, couldn't attack them, and couldn't persuade them to surrender. The last resort was to sow discord. He more or less understood what the Black Crow Empire was planning to do. Hateful. I didn't want to bother with them, but they want to kill our people. Could it be that they really want to rebel? Sikong Zun struggled to stand up, then ordered. Tell them that their general will be returning soon. Let them retreat to Northern Desert City first, in case the Black Crow Empire suddenly invades. Yes, General. Ah. That messenger had just left for a moment when he heard a blood-curdling scream, followed by an arrow piercing through the air. No one knew why this happened. Even Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Chapter 1053. Hearing that someone had been shot by the Northern Desert Army, LV Chenglong was enraged. What's wrong with these people? Did General Ji Ning really collude with the Black Crow Empire to rebel? Even you doubt this, Marshal? Ji Ning had taken the antidote that Ling Xiao gave him. Although it couldn't be completely detoxified, he shouldn't die for the time being. His cracked lips were a little black, and his face was full of helplessness. He was a good man. A great general. A person who couldn't be defeated on the battlefield was harmed by his own people. But how do you explain the current situation? LV Chenglong asked hesitantly. Don't ask any more. I've already done my best. Take Ji Ning and Ling Xiao away and start the counterattack. At this moment, Sikong Zun waved his hand, and a serious expression appeared on his face. However, no one noticed that the corner of his mouth had slipped into a sneer. It was a perfect plan, and he was proud of himself. Regardless of whether Ji Ning would die or not, Northern Desert City was finished. Deafening battle cries sounded near Northern Desert Pass. The people above and below were all soldiers of the Divine Phoenix Empire, but because of a plot to drive a wedge between them, they started to kill each other. The battle cries shook the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. Even the starry sky was dyed red. Ling Xiao wanted to help, but he was powerless. Once again, he felt the helplessness of not being strong enough. If he was a yin-yang realm expert, he wouldn't have to be so restrained. He could easily solve today's problem. But he wasn't. Feng Qingyan couldn't help him. After all, Feng Qingyan was a member of the imperial family. He couldn't choose to help someone who might betray the empire without knowing the situation. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a strange loud sound came from afar. Ling Xiao could even see the flames rolling. Not good. The Black Crow Empire has started to attack Northern Desert City. Ling Xiao's heart sank. As expected, the worst-case scenario still happened. Ji Ning was also trembling. Ling Xiao, no matter what, you have to guard the Northern Desert City well. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ji Ning suddenly began to circulate his internal energy. Everyone knew what would happen if he tried to circulate his inner strength while he was poisoned. Ji Ning knew this as well. But he had to let Ling Xiao go back. Since he could no longer leave, he could only place his hopes on Ling Xiao. This was his last resort. Through his understanding of Ling Xiao in the past few days, Ji Ning knew that this young man had courage, and wisdom. It would not be a problem to hand over the Northern Desert City to him. Wait a moment, great general. Things haven't reached that stage yet. Ling Xiao heard a voice. It was Han Myungkeo, who was lying in ambush outside the Northern Desert Pass. The people who are escorting Ling Xiao and Ji Ning can't hear Han Myungkeo's voice. They are only urging the two of them to leave quickly. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the city wall. Northern Desert Pass had not been garrisoned for a long time. Naturally, there would be some damage. Although the Sikong Zun had repaired it after being stationed here, it was impossible to completely repair it in a short period of time. When Haim Myeonkeo realized that something was wrong, she found a way to find these loopholes and open them up. She then led the dark assassins to sneak in and open a path for Ling Xiao and Ji Ning to escape. However, the two of them were still some distance away. Ling Xiao did not do anything out of the ordinary. He also did not tell Ji Ning about this situation. He just wanted to make Ji Ning feel at ease. Ji Ning trusted him and temporarily gave up on the idea of risking his life. After walking for a while, they arrived at a very secluded place. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a strong sense of danger coming from behind. He hurriedly turned around and blocked it with his sword. Bam! The opponent was too strong. He was directly sent flying. That person turned around and stabbed a cold, sharp blade at Ji Ning. The person who was escorting Ling Xiao and Ji Ning was the righteous commander from before. He had the cultivation of 10 directions heaven. Why? Ji Ning grabbed his opponent's sharp blade and asked in a stern voice. Since you are all about to die, I will let you die knowing the truth. The Emperor means that Northern Desert City can be destroyed, but you, Ji Ning, must die. After saying that, he stabbed the sharp blade in his hand again. However, at this moment, a black shadow silently appeared from the darkness. A pitch-black dagger pierced the commander's heart. Master, we are late, Cold Plum said to Ling Xiao after confirming that the commander was dead. You came at the right time. Let's go and retreat immediately, Ling Xiao called out. Immediately, a few soldiers from the Dark Assassins came over and carried Ji Ning. Then, they crawled out of a hole in the city wall. At this moment, Ji Ning did not care if this was a dog hole or not. Compared to the safety of the citizens of Northern Desert City, he cared more about the lives of those people. You guys bring General Ji Ning back to the city first. Remember, don't take the main road. Otherwise, you will bump into the army of the Black Crow Empire. Ling Xiao gave the order. Then, he looked at Northern Desert Pass. Below the pass, the battle was still ongoing. He had to stop this meaningless bloodshed. Master, I will go with you. At least we can take care of each other. All right. Ling Xiao did not reject Cold Plum's kindness. In the current situation, Cold Plum was of great help to him. Would it be embarrassing to be protected by a woman? He was about to lose his life. Why would he care about his reputation? After splitting into 2 groups, Haim Myeonkeo led the Dark Assassins to escort Ji Ning back to Northern Desert City. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum appeared below Northern Desert Pass. Commander Li, Commander Zhang, what are you doing? The Black Crow Empire is approaching Northern Desert City. You guys are still competing with your own people. Hurry up and retreat. Ling Xiao, where is the general? Li Ruguang asked. The general has already returned to Northern Desert City through a safe channel. This is his order. Hurry up and retreat. If not, it will be too late. We have been fooled. Ling Xiao shouted anxiously. Zhang Yufei looked at the order and nodded. That's right. This is the general's order. Let's retreat. In fact, the two of them were very conflicted. On one hand, they wanted to save Ji Ning as soon as possible. On the other hand, they were worried about Northern Desert City. Now that Ling Xiao had sent the news, they had nothing to worry about. However, what Ling Xiao did not expect was that when they retreated, Sikung Zun actually opened Northern Desert Pass and personally led the troops to chase after them. That guy really wants to get everyone killed. Ling Xiao now completely understood. Sikung Zun did not care about how many people died. He even led these people out on purpose. However, Ling Xiao, who understood this, still could not do anything. No one believed his words. Even Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong did not believe him. The only thing he could do now was to protect Northern Desert City. After all, he was not a god. He did not have that much ability. What he did now was already his limit. Chapter 1054. The Sikung Zun chased after them while Ling Xiao and the others ran away. When they approached Northern Desert City, they did not find the Black Crow army intercepting them. However, Ling Xiao was not happy at all. On the contrary, he was very nervous. There was only one reason why the Black Crow army had distanced themselves from them. They were preparing to shoot arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the dark night, the fire arrows pierced the night sky and whistled. Then, like a rain of fire, they covered the army that was returning to Northern Desert City and the tens of thousands of Northern Desert Pass soldiers who were chasing after them. Even in the middle of the night, Ling Xiao could still see the terrifying scene. The fire arrows covered the sky and the sun. It was as if the sun had shattered and fell during the end of the world. Fear enveloped the entire land. The cries of death rose and fell one after another. The soldiers around Ling Xiao fell one by one. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only activate his Crimson Sun feather raiment and save as many as he could. When the arrows touched the Crimson Sun feather raiment, they quickly melted and disappeared. To outsiders, he looked more like his body was burning after being shot by the fire arrows. Therefore, he naturally would not become the target of public criticism. This was the best cover. The rain of fire lasted for 3 minutes before it stopped. Ling Xiao extinguished the Crimson Sun feather raiment. Looking at the soldiers around him who had suddenly lost half of their numbers, his heart became even colder. Sikong Zun! All of this was caused by that bastard. If I don't kill him, I, Ling Xiao, am not a human. Most of the people who died were good men and women. They were passionate about serving the country. However, they did not expect to be betrayed by their own emperor on the battlefield and become the sacrificial lambs of a political struggle. This was the kind of thing that Ling Xiao could not tolerate the most. In the past, he had some doubts about whether to help Feng Yishan. However, at this moment, he had made up his mind. The emperor of the Ice Phoenix clan was a beast without any humanity or conscience. If this person continued to sit on the throne, there would be more innocent people who would be sacrificed. He was not great. However, he could not keep a smile on his face after being teased like this. This grudge was formed. Woo woo! After a round of fiery rain, the horn of the Black Crow Empire's assault sounded, reverberating throughout the universe. Then, a black mass of armored cavalry rushed over, covering the sky and covering the earth. The dark night was nothing to most warriors. They could see clearly in the dark night by concentrating their inner strength on their eyes. Therefore, night battles were not strange in the profound world. As the wind blew, their noses were filled with the smell of blood and burnt flesh. Ling Xiao and Ling Mei retreated as they fought, continuing to rush towards the northern desert city. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe for the time being. However, the speed of the Black Crows was too fast, and their team was more or less injured. Thus, a wave of miserable cries rang out once again. I can't shoot you to death. He also needed to deal the finishing blow. This is the strength of the Black Crow army. They will never give you a chance to breathe. Ling Xiao pulled out the Golden Crow's sword and stared coldly at the Black Crow army's knight who was in front of him. Suddenly, he thrust his sword forward. Die! The Black Crow army's knights felt Ling Xiao's cold, murderous intent. However, they were too excited to care about a half-dead guy who was on fire. They shook the spear in their hands and thrust it straight at Ling Xiao. Crimson Sun all! The radiance of the Crimson Sun appeared in the dark night. It was blazing hot and boiling. It was filled with anger and battle intent. The two knights who were in front fell to the ground at the same time, and their bodies began to burn. Shadow all! Ling Xiao's figure gradually disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Following his disappearance, the ice-cold shadow cone turned into a lethal weapon that could take lives. Another two knights were penetrated, and they fell off the Black Crow army and died on the spot. The battle did not end there. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were surrounded, because the two of them were covering the retreat of the fleeing soldiers. Ling Xiao did not regret it. Cold Plum did not regret it either. They did not even have the time to regret it. In their eyes, there was only the enemy and the battle. More knights rushed at Ling Xiao at the same time. There were more than a dozen of them, and their spears were aimed at Ling Xiao side by side. The power they gathered was much stronger than that of a single knight. Kill! The battle cry shook the sky. The spear tip flashed cold light in the dark night, and spear light more than a foot-long spear. If Ling Xiao was hit by these spears, not only would he die, but he would also die without a complete corpse. However, he was not a person who would wait for death. Light shadow divine all. An even more powerful move was displayed. The black and white color became the knight's nightmare. Their hearts twitched. They wanted to stop the momentum, but it was too late. Boom! The black and white color exploded in the middle of the knights. Everyone was sucked in and then exploded into pieces. A sword strike killed more than a dozen people. These people were all transcendents and even celestial realm knights. Ling Xiao did not waver at all. It was as if he was killing a group of beasts. This was because the battlefield was like this. There was no right or wrong, no justice and no justice. There was only killing. Life was as worthless as grass here. Staying alive meant victory. Dying meant failure forever. Let's go! Seeing that most of the people had retreated into the northern desert city, Ling Xiao called out to Cold Plum and leaped into the sky. At this moment, no mount could be faster than their movement technique. The purpose of a mount was endurance, not short-distance sprinting. For a powerhouse, it was natural to rely on their own movement technique to be faster. The two of them, with two swords, were invincible. The Black Crow army who tried to stop them along the way died under their swords. No one could withstand a single strike. The plum blossom danced with the red sun. It became the Black Crow army's nightmare. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were like killing gods on the battlefield. If Buddha stood in their way, they would kill Buddha. If God stood in their way, they would kill God. The northern desert city's defensive array had been activated, and the counterattack had begun. When the Black Crow army approached, they would be attacked. They could not resist the power at all. At the city gate, Li Ruguang stood on one side, and Zhang Yufei on the other. Whenever the Black Crow army tried to break into the city, they would be killed by the two of them with arrows. They were waiting for the arrival of Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Although the Black Crow army was brave, after Ling Xiao's upgrade, the defensive array was even more terrifying. The area within 100 meters of the northern desert city had become a forbidden area. Almost none of the Black Crow army who entered the area could leave alive. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum took advantage of this opportunity, and finally arrived at the city gate. Closed the city gate. With a loud bang, the city gate was slammed shut. Is General Jining back? Ling Xiao asked. He's back. Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Dai Yaoling are helping him to expel the poison. Someone reported back. Great. With the three of them here, it should be fine. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. In terms of alchemy, he was definitely better than the three of them. However, in terms of healing, the three of them were definitely better than Ling Xiao. Chapter 1055. With the help of the ancient gourd vine martial soul and the ancient nature dragon martial soul and Lan Yuer's miraculous hands, Ji Ning should be fine. Can you report the number of casualties? The Northern Desert Army lost nearly 2,000 men and the Imperial City Barracks lost more than 70,000 men. How many? Ling Xiao could not believe the number. The Imperial City Barracks had only sent 80,000 soldiers this time, but 70,000 of them had already died in this battle. Yes, 70,000 men. Sikong Zun ordered the army to chase after us, but they were surrounded by the Black Crow army. Fortunately, LV Chenglong and Feng Qingyan found out in time and forced them to retreat. That's how we managed to save less than 10,000 men. Bastards of Sikong Zun! Ling Xiao gritted his teeth fiercely. If he hadn't made arrangements to be rescued by the assassins from the northern desert pass, he would have died in the hands of Sikong Zun. More than 70,000 men were gone in the blink of an eye. Anyone who heard this would be terrified. Where did Feng Qingyan and the others retreat to? Northern Desert Pass. Sikong Zun has also gone back. It's safe for now. It seems like the Black Crow army is only surrounding them and not attacking. They are determined to attack Northern Desert City. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. The sky was getting brighter. After a night of fighting, corpses were everywhere. Of course, most of the dead were soldiers of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Those charred corpses made one's scalp tingle. The great general has given me the temporary command. Are you convinced? Ling Xiao felt that he should take up this responsibility. Ji Ning was unconscious and could not command this battle. Although he was weak, he had Zhuge Ming, Qin Hua, Li Ruguang and Zhang Yufei to help him. He should not be too weak. Convinced? Ling Xiao had saved Ji Ning and helped them cover their retreat. Just this alone was enough to make them accept him wholeheartedly. Good. Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, Zhuge Ming, each of you do your duty. You must guard the city well. Without my order, no one is allowed to go out and fight. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He could only brace himself and rely on the strange memory in his mind to solve the problem and win this battle. Yes, sir. Qin Hua, let Meng Tong lead the Heavenly Wolf Knights and help me temporarily as my general. Among these people, only Qin Hua had truly commanded an army. His position in the Heavenly Dragon continent was not inferior to Ji Ning's. That was why Ling had made Qin Hua was the commander. After all, too many people's lives could not be careless. The Northern Desert City was their last stronghold, and the remaining 30,000 soldiers and 100,000 civilians were their last support. There was no way out. Of course, the Black Raven Empire's army did not dare to launch an all-out attack with the Northern Desert City's upgraded formation. Otherwise, they would be in danger of losing too much. Perhaps less than half of the 1 million people would survive. This was the last resort. He believed that with Tamor Mutu and Tomohiko Kuma's arrogance, they would not be so rash. Outside the attack range of the defensive formation, a man was riding on a black crow. He was wearing black armor and looked valiant. His face was a little pale, but his sharp eyes were filled with shrewdness and wisdom. That was the gaze of a king. Needless to say, this man was the little prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma. The man sitting on the black crow beside him was Tamor Mutu, the master of the little prince. He was also the right-hand man of the Black Crow Empire. Ji Ning is dead. Why aren't you surrendering? Tomohiko Kuma's voice was loud. Although it was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. This was the effect of a martial artist's vigorous internal energy. Let's not talk about whether the great general is dead or not. Even if the great general died in battle, Northern Desert City will fight until there is not a single soldier left. We will definitely not let your Black Crow Empire take half a step forward. Ling Zhao's vigorous voice also sounded. His voice was also not very loud, but everyone could hear it. Now he was the commander of an army, the hope of a city. With a great responsibility, he became solemn. Ling Xiao? He. Even though your reputation has risen in the Divine Phoenix Empire recently, you're still just a martial artist in the end, and your cultivation is only at the 6 arts heaven. If Ji Ning didn't die, why would he hand Northern Desert City over to a kid like you who's still wet behind the ears? Tomohiko Kuma sat on the black crow and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. According to his speculation, even if Ji Ning was not dead, he must be seriously injured and unconscious. This was the best opportunity to attack Northern Desert City. Tomohiko Kuma, you are only a 17-year-old Heaven Realm martial artist. If it was not for the help of that old dog Mutu beside you, I think you would have died in the chaotic battle. Pretending to be an adult with me? What a joke! Ling Zhao's mouth was naturally unforgiving. He could not let Northern Desert City's morale decline because of him. Ha ha ha, what a sharp mouth! However, this king will not blame you. I have long heard that you, Ling Xiao, came from the Sky Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent. It seems that the people of Divine Phoenix Empire do not welcome you. Since that is the case, why not join my Black Crow Empire? I am willing to call you brother and bestow you a noble title. How about it? Tomohiko Kuma's words were really very powerful. If it was an ordinary person, after hearing such words, their heart would have already wavered. However, After Ling Xiao obtained those brand new memories, it was as if he had lived a lifetime. He would not care about this kind of insignificant trick to confuse people's hearts. Ha 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 ha, what a sharp mouth! However, this marshal will not blame you. I have long heard that you, Tomohiko Kuma, are extraordinarily intelligent. However, you are not liked by your brothers and have been repeatedly ostracized in the imperial court. At such a young age, you have to come out to earn military merits, and no one cares about you. Why don't you join my account? I can treat you as a brother and give you benefits that you will never imagine. How about it? Ling Xiao chose to give him a taste of his own medicine. This kid is not easy to deal with. He actually investigated your situation. Looks like it will not be easy to make him surrender, Tamur Muta said with a smile. That's right. However, it is a pity to kill such a person. If this king has his assistants, in addition to master's teachings, why should I worry about not being able to achieve great things? Tomohiko Kuma sighed helplessly. Then, he raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao again. Suddenly, he began to sing a resonant war song. The smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north. The dragon rises, the horse neighs, the sword chi is like frost. My heart is like the sea, the water is boundless. Who can resist me for thousands of years? Crazy with hatred, the long saber points. How many brothers and souls have been buried in their hometown? Why regret dying 100 times to serve the country? Holding back a sigh, even more speechless, tears of blood filling my eyes. Horses gallop south, people look to the north. People look to the north, the grass is green and yellow, dust is flying. I am willing to defend the land and reopen the borders. The great divine phoenix will give way to all sides. To congratulate. After singing for a long time, Tomohiko Kuma was still immersed in the song. To be able to compose such a magical war song, you are indeed a talent. I, Tomohiko Kuma, am also sincerely inviting you. I hope that you will not miss such a good opportunity. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. This was giving Ling Xiao one last chance. Chapter 1056. Little Duke, you don't have to say any more. I, Ling Xiao, fled from the heavenly dragon continent to the divine Phoenix Empire. Thanks to the divine Phoenix Empire, I was able to study and live in Qingshu College. The divine Phoenix Empire has done me a great favor and can be considered as my second home. If you want me to abandon it, that is absolutely impossible. Ling Xiao did not wait for Tomohiko Kuma to finish speaking and decisively rejected the other party. Good. Your unswerving loyalty is admirable, but you will definitely regret it. With internal and external troubles, you will have to leave the divine Phoenix Empire sooner or later. If you don't believe me, we can wait and see. Tomohiko Kuma did not plan to waste any more words. Since Ling Xiao was so stubborn, he would not be merciful. Otherwise, if this kind of person was alive, it would definitely be a huge threat to the Black Crow Empire. Little Duke, since you are so concerned about me, why don't you worry about yourself first? From what I know, your Black Crow Empire's queen seems to be a suspicious person. She does not trust you much, and has even killed a few of your brothers. Ling Xiao obviously did not have the time to investigate this. However, Jining had been in the northern desert for so many years and their enemy was the Black Crow Empire. Naturally, he would have a thorough understanding of the Black Crow Empire's situation. And this was all thanks to Jining. Tomohiko Kuma's mouth twitched twice. He could not refute, because what Ling Xiao said was indeed the truth. This time, they had no choice but to hastily choose to battle in winter. Originally, winter was definitely not suitable for battle. Just the rations for such a large army would be a problem. Even if a martial artist could not eat for many days, the energy consumption caused by this would definitely cause a large decrease in their battle strength. Although he knew this in his heart, Tomohiko Kuma would not admit defeat verbally. He sneered. Her Majesty trusts me a lot, or else she would not have let me lead 1,000,000 soldiers to attack the northern desert city. On the other hand, did you forget what happened last night so quickly? Of course I did not forget. You colluded with the bastards of Sikong Zun and framed General Ji Ning. Then you plotted to kill tens of thousands of Divine Phoenix Empire soldiers. This move is indeed ruthless, and you are indeed powerful. I cannot help but admire this, Ling Xiao said coldly. You seem to have misunderstood something. How could Sikong Zun cooperate with our Black Crow Empire? He is just stupid. He did not know that I sent people to infiltrate the Northern Desert Pass. Jioma Jian chuckled. You don't need to cover for him. More than 70,000 lives, this is bloody evidence. No matter what, Sikong Zun will not be able to wash it clean. Ling Xiao interrupted Tomohiko Kuma's words. You should also remember that the people of our Divine Phoenix Empire are not people you can kill as you please. Very soon, you will pay the price. Ha ha. Tomohiko Kuma laughed crazily. Ling Xiao, you seem to not understand the current situation. Although it is difficult for us to attack the Northern Desert City in a short period of time, the Northern Desert Pass does not have such a defensive formation. Do you want to watch the remaining people die under our butcher's knife? Ling Xiao was silent. Close to 10,000 soldiers, including LV Chenglong and Feng Qingyan. Did he really have to give up on those people? Think about it carefully. My patience is limited. After this, every 2 hours, I will kill 100 people. Think about it yourself. Tomohiko Kuma sneered, then raised his hand and said, Attack the Northern Desert Pass. Following his order, the messenger passed down the order layer by layer. After that, the terrifying battle began once again. In a short 15 minutes, the Northern Desert Pass was declared to have fallen. The Sikong Zun escaped. Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong were captured alive by Timur Mutu. More than 1,000 people died. The rest were all captured. This battle was so simple that it was unbelievable. See, Ling Xiao, see? Everyone in the Northern Desert City, if you are willing to surrender, this little king can guarantee that we will not attack you. The Northern Desert City can still stand tall in the northern region, but you will have to pledge your loyalty to our Black Crow Empire in the future. It had to be said that this Tomohiko Kuma's ability to bewitch people was too strong. Don't worry, our Black Crow Empire will give the Northern Desert City the greatest support. We will definitely not stab you in the back like the Divine Phoenix Empire. You can decide for yourselves what to choose. Humph, you make it sound nice, but from what I know, wherever the Black Crow army goes, they never leave a single person alive. Believe you? Our brains are not damaged. Ling Xiao snorted. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Pass down the order, the army will retreat and set up camp. Every 2 hours, kill 100 captives. Tomohiko Kuma smiled. Even if Ling Xiao was not willing to surrender, he definitely believed that after those people in the Northern Desert City heard his words, there would definitely be some who would waver. Since it was not easy to contribute to the Northern Desert City, then he would use the strategy of attacking their hearts. As long as they were in chaos, this battle would be simple. The Black Crow Empire was indeed worthy of being called the strongest army in the Divine Phoenix continent. If it were not for the fact that the Divine Phoenix Empire had many famous generals, they would not be a match for the Black Crow Empire. Looking at the Black Crow army that was far away, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. But he could not let others find out. He was now the main general, so he had to remain calm. If he panicked, then the people below would not know what to do. Pass down the order, if anyone dares to disturb the army's morale, kill them! Ling Xiao could imagine what would happen next. During the battle, he could only harden his heart. No matter who it was, whoever dared to disturb the army's morale, kill them without mercy. Understood. The messenger left. Qin Hua looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. Commander, the situation is not good. Although deterrence can temporarily guarantee the safety of the city, as time passes, sooner or later, something big will happen. I know, we have to end this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, the unlucky ones will only be us. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with a gloomy face, but his brain was working quickly. With the new knowledge and the analysis of the mountain river martial spirit, he needed to find a shortcut to victory. If the other party did not have any prisoners, he could just defend the city and not come out. But now was not the time. Not to mention if the soldiers of the northern desert city would riot when they saw the prisoners being killed. Even if it was just him, it was impossible for him to watch those people lose their lives without doing anything. The human heart was made of flesh, not to mention that those who were killed were his comrades. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared below the city. "Ling Xiao, quickly open the door and let me in." This person was actually Sikong Zun. This guy actually dared to appear in front of the northern desert city. "You colluded with the Black Crow Empire, plotted to frame General Ji Ning, and caused the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers. Now you actually have the face to appear here. Shoot him to death!" Ling Xiao roared angrily. Immediately, arrows rained down from the top of the city tower. The soldiers of the northern desert city hated Sikong Zun because they knew that it was Sikong Zun who caused their general to be poisoned and unconscious. Chapter 1057. Sikong Zun was defending himself from the arrows and the formation as he shouted, "Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense! It was Ji Ning who destroyed the unity and plotted against me. He then ordered his men to attack Northern Desert Pass. That was why the Black Crow army took advantage of the situation and killed tens of thousands of soldiers. If you want to talk about crimes, Ji Ning is the one who deserves the most blame." The murderous intent in Ling Xiao's eyes intensified as he listened to Sikong Zun's excuses. This despicable and shameless man had set up a hongmen banquet in the name of unity, but allowed the Black Crow Empire to sneak into the banquet. Sikong Zun had hurt himself, and caused Ji Ning to be plotted against and shot with a poisonous arrow. Not only that, he had ordered his men to kill Ling Xiao and Ji Ning secretly. If it was not for the assassin, both of them would have died in vain. It was this shameless man again. He had seen the Black Crow army coming, but he did not listen to advice and insisted on sending his men to kill the Northern Desert Army. In the end, the Imperial City barracks was surrounded and half of them were killed or injured. It was this shameless man who had sneaked away when the Black Crow army was attacking Northern Desert Pass. He had caused Feng Qingyan, LV Chenglong, and thousands of soldiers to be captured alive. That man's crimes were simply too numerous to be recorded. Yet, he actually dared to make false accusations and push the bucket of shit onto Ji Ning's head. What a shameless bastard! Bull**T! Ling Xiao shouted angrily. "If I were you, I would have killed myself on the battlefield. How dare you stay here and distort the truth? As the commander-in-chief, you did not care about the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers and insisted on abandoning Northern Desert Pass as a barrier to attack the Northern Desert Army who had given up on the battle. That was why blood flowed like a river and countless casualties. In the Battle of Northern Desert Pass, Deputy Commander-in-Chief LV Chenglong and Feng Qingyan were captured. They were heroes. What about you? You sneaked away? How dare you make such a fuss here? If you had joined the battle, how could Mu Tu have captured all of you alive? You still dare to say that you have no secret dealings with the Black Crow Empire? The Northern Desert City had stood tall in the northern region for more than 10 years, and after you came, you made a mess. Even General Ji Ning was poisoned and unconscious. How dare you shamelessly put the blame on him? You said that General Ji Ning colluded with the Black Crow Empire? What a joke! General Ji Ning has made countless contributions over the past decade and killed countless warriors of the Black Crow Empire. Do you think that he will have a good time after joining the Black Crow Empire? What about you? You haven't achieved an inch of merit, but you have killed countless officers and soldiers. I say, what's wrong with you flirting with that Tomohiko Kuma? Ling Xiao's words were like sharp swords stabbing into Sikong Zun's heart. Even the soldiers of the Northern Desert Army, who were still a little confused, now completely understood. Ling Xiao's words were actually meant for them to hear. You don't have any evidence. What's the point of saying all this? Sikong Zun sneered as he hid out of the shooting range. Haha, when we return to the Imperial City, you will know whether I have evidence or not. Unless you scram back to your true Devil Empire or hide in the Black Crow Empire, otherwise, I will definitely expose the true face of a greedy spy in front of everyone in the Imperial City. Although Ling Xiao had some evidence, it was not enough. However, the Dark Thorn was still in the midst of an intense investigation. He would never let go of this old dog, Sikong Zun. Alright, then let's see who will be judged in public and who will die first. Sikong Zun sneered. I will wait for you in the Imperial City. I hope you don't die prematurely in the hands of the Black Crow Army. Ha! Don't worry, I won't die because I still have to keep my life to take your dog's head. And the true demonic empire that you are so proud of, I will completely raze it to the ground. If Ling Xiao dared to say this today, he would dare to do it in the future. He had never let go of anyone he wanted to kill. It was just a matter of time. Dealing with Sikong Zun was a difficult task, but he was not afraid. With this kind of motivation, he could grow faster. Xinhua, tonight is the time to reverse the situation. From now on, no matter what happens outside the city, no matter how many groups of people they kill, bear with it. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The most difficult moment was now. However, as long as they could get through it, they would win. In the first hour, 100 captives were killed. Not only did the people of the Black Crow Empire kill them, but they also deliberately raised high poles and hung their corpses there so that the people of the northern desert city could see them all the time. In the second hour, another 100 captives were killed. Finally, at this time, the first unforeseen event occurred in the northern desert city. Zhang Yufei's subordinates were killed by Ling Xiao because they spread the word that they wanted to surrender. Although this matter was temporarily suppressed, it was inevitable that the people in the city were panicking. In order to defeat the enemy, Ling Xiao gathered all the generals in the meeting hall to plan the battle strategy. However, at this time, Zhang Yufei angrily roared, "What plan? If this goes on, not only will the captives outside be killed, even our own people will be killed by you. There are only a little more than 30,000 defenders in the city. Moreover, the people are panicking and their morale is low. On the other hand, the Black Raven Empire's morale is high. Everyone is united. How can we defeat them? Do you want to kill the people of the city?" Ling Xiao did not get angry. Instead, he asked coldly, "Then what do you plan to do?" My dead subordinates said it best. Since the Black Crow Empire said that they will not invade, we should surrender for the sake of the people in the city. What does personal honor mean? The people are the key. This is the will of the general. Zhang Yufei coldly snorted. Pa! When Ling Xiao heard this, he slammed his palm on the table and roared. Zhang Yufei, I said before that whoever dares to shake the morale of the army will be killed without mercy. Not only do you shake the morale of the army, but your intentions are also punishable. Men drag Zhang Yufei out and behead him as a warning to others. How dare you? Zhang Yufei roared angrily. When I was fighting with the great general, you were still wet in your pants somewhere. How dare you kill me? What are you all standing there for? Are my orders useless? This person not only shakes the morale of the army, but also dares to offend his superiors. His crimes are not punishable. Drag him out and behead him. Ling Xiao was abnormally enraged. At this moment, Xu Gaming stood up and said, Overseer, Commander Zhang is just speaking out of anger. Don't take it to heart. He is only doing it for the people. He definitely doesn't want to betray us. He's not wrong? Could it be that I'm wrong? Come on, throw Xu Gaming out. Whoever dares to plead for mercy will be punished as well. Ling Xiao was practically roaring. Xu Gaming was thrown out of the meeting hall by the Dark Thorn soldiers. Overseer, please show mercy. At this moment, Li Ruguang led dozens of generals and commanders to kneel down and plead for mercy for Zhang Yufei. Even Xinhua said, Commander, General Zhang is an old subordinate of the general. If you kill him, the morale of the army will be shaken, and it will be harder to deal with. Chapter 1058. Ling Xiao pondered for a long time before saying, "Forget it. Who asked me to not have a stable foundation, and all of you don't listen to me? You may be spared from death, but you must be punished." Zhang Yufei shook the morale of the army and contradicted his superior. "He shall be punished with 100 strokes of the military rod." These 100 strokes of the military rod were not ordinary. Because the military rod used to hit martial artists was a precious weapon and even had spiritual energy. This time, the weapon used to hit Zhang Yufei was an immortal-grade precious weapon. Even though Zhang Yufei was a 10 directions heaven expert, he would probably faint from the pain after 100 strokes of the immortal-grade precious weapon. Everyone wanted to plead for leniency. Ling Xiao unsheathed his sword and slashed the table in front of him into half. He roared, "If you think that I'm wrong, then kill me now. I don't want to see the northern desert city being massacred by the Black Crow army. I don't want to be upset." Everyone was speechless, and could only shake their heads and sigh. Logically speaking, they sympathized with Zhang Yufei. However, logically speaking, they felt that Ling Xiao was not wrong, so naturally, they would not kill Ling Xiao because of this. Just like that, Zhang Yufei's shirt was stripped in front of everyone, and he was punished by the dark thorn. After 60 strokes of the military rod, Zhang Yufei had already fainted. This was really ruthless. "We can't hit him anymore. If we continue, he will die." Qinhua quickly knelt down and begged for leniency. "Please have mercy, Commander." The group of generals also hurriedly begged. "Humph, seeing that you are the great general's right-hand man, the remaining 40 strokes of the military rod will be dealt with after the battle." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and walked out of the meeting hall. The 60 strokes of the military rod made Zhang Yufei miserable. His skin was lacerated and his flesh was bleeding profusely. He fainted a few times in a row. When the other generals came to visit, Zhang Yufei only cursed at Ling Xiao and chattered non-stop. Li Ruguang, Qinhua, and Zhuge Ming could not persuade him. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was troubled by the outside affairs, so he did not know about this. There was a deputy commander in the army called Kai Yun. He had a good relationship with Zhang Yufei, but no one knew that he was actually a spy from the Black Crow Empire in Northern Desert City. He was also the one who started the fight at the Northern Desert Pass. Kai Yun specially came to visit Zhang Yufei, but he closed the door and chased away the guards guarding the door. After probing for a while, Kai Yun confirmed that Zhang Yufei really had the intention to seek refuge with the Black Crow Empire. Hence, he revealed his true identity. He also said that as long as Zhang Yufei was willing, he could find an opportunity to open the gates of the Northern Desert City tonight and close all the defensive formations, allowing the army to enter the city. "How can I believe you?" Zhang Yufei frowned and said. "What if you were sent by Ling Xiao to test me? That's simple. I'll find a way to bring you out of the city to see the little Duke. You'll believe me when you see him," Kai Yun said with a smile. "All right." After the discussion, Kai Yun sent a secret letter to Tomohiko Kuma through a special channel. They agreed to meet near the Northern Desert City. Then, Kai Yun and Zhang Yufei disguised themselves as scouts and left the Northern Desert City. As this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, Kai Yun was familiar with it, and no one suspected anything. Although Zhang Yufei's flesh was torn open, he was still a warrior and couldn't fight for the time being. However, it wasn't a problem for him to walk. On the other side, after Tomohiko Kuma received the letter, he asked Mu Tu what to do. Mu Tu smiled and said, "On the surface, Zhang Yufei fell out with Ling Xiao because his favorite subordinate was killed and was beaten up by Ling Xiao until his flesh was torn open. This should be an internal conflict. However, we still have to be careful and be wary of that kid's tricks. Great minds think alike, Master. So, should I go this time or not?" "Of course you have to go. Furthermore, you should go alone. If the falling out between Ling Xiao and Zhang Yufei is just a pretense, then he definitely won't miss this great opportunity to kill you. However, this matter might be very dangerous. Little Duke, you might really be killed by Ling Xiao. Do you dare to go?" Mu Tu smiled and asked. "Why wouldn't I dare? Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Tomohiko Kuma nodded and said. After that, Tomohiko Kuma and Zhang Yufei met outside Northern Desert City under Ling Xiao's nose and discussed the matter of opening the city at night. Zhang Yufei appeared nervous, as if he was afraid of being discovered by Ling Xiao. If this was fake, then his acting skills were too good. Zhang Yufei's performance, coupled with Tomohiko Kuma's safe return to the barracks, proved that Ling Xiao and Zhang Yufei really fell out. However, Tomohiko Kuma was still skeptical. At night, he pretended to send a group of people, with two of them disguised as him and Mu Tu to enter the city. After realizing that there was nothing strange, he completely believed Zhang Yufei's words. Taking advantage of the night, the Black Crow Empire's army quietly entered Northern Desert City. On the city wall, a few black figures could be faintly seen lying on the ground. They should have been taken care of by Zhang Yufei and Kai Yun in advance. Although the city was quiet, snoring sounds could be heard from time to time, and some places were lit by candles. Seeing this scene, Tomohiko Kuma and Timur Mutu were relieved. Pass down my order, quickly take care of the guards in the city, leave no one alive! I want that Ling Xiao alive! Tomohiko Kuma sneered and gave the order in a very low voice, for fear of alarming the resting guards in the city. Even if those people were alarmed at this time, they could easily crush them with their advantage in numbers. However, Tomohiko Kuma didn't want to lose a single soldier and wanted to easily take down Northern Desert City. In this way, his achievements would be transmitted back to the Black Crow Empire, and no one would dare to look down on him. Master, let's go see Ling Xiao. Now that things have come to this, he has to surrender even if he doesn't want to. After Tomohiko Kuma gave the order, he looked at Timur Mutu and said, Yes, that kid is still too inexperienced. He just got the power, and he dared to make a move on an old general like Zhang Yufei. He really doesn't know the severity of the situation. However, winning this battle is too easy, it's not interesting anymore. Mutu said as if he hadn't had enough. Master, why do you say that? After we take down Northern Desert City, we can lead the army south and directly press on to Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City. Your wish of having a great battle will naturally come true. As they spoke, the two stepped into the city lord's mansion. There were no guards in the mansion, only the candlelight in the bedroom was lit, and a few figures could be faintly seen. This kid is really daring, he actually dares to not set up any guards. Isn't he afraid of being assassinated? Mutu said with a smile. He probably thinks that Northern Desert City is still an impenetrable fortress. What a pity! Tomohiko Kuma was a little excited in his heart. To be able to take down Northern Desert City on his first expedition, this was definitely a huge contribution to him. If he could continue to go south and expand his achievements, then his right to speak would be even greater. It was even possible for him to be on par with Her Majesty the Queen. There was one thing that Ling Xiao was right about. Even though his mother seemed to love him very much, the inheritance of imperial power was very cruel. So what if he was her biological son? He would still be killed. Chapter 1059. It was too difficult to get warmth from the royal family, so Tomohiko Kuma had to consolidate his own power. At this time, Tomohiko Kuma did not realize that after Zhang Yufei let them in, he took advantage of the chaos to leave the city. As for Kai Yun, who was arranged to keep an eye on Zhang Yufei, he had become a corpse. The door opened. Boom! Suddenly, there was a flash of fire and a huge impact sent Tomohiko Kuma flying. Fortunately, Mu Tu was strong enough to block most of the impact. Otherwise, Tomohiko Kuma would have been blown into meat paste. Boom! Boom! At the same time, there were continuous loud noises in the Northern Desert City, as if countless thunderbolts had burst out from the ground. The entire Northern Desert City was engulfed in smoke and fire, and there were continuous screams. We've been tricked! At this moment, Tomohiko Kuma, who had stood up from the ground, suddenly understood that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. I didn't expect that even an old hunter like me would be pecked blind by an eagle. This kid actually abandoned the northern desert city that he had painstakingly built? Also, how did he get so many explosives? And they are so powerful? Timur Mutu's old face also showed some anger. He had actually failed miserably at such an easy task. He had been fooled by a 16-year-old child. If word of this were to spread, what would happen? Little Duke, the most important thing now is to rush out of the city. Without the defense formation, this city can't stop us at all. Even if we lose half of our soldiers, we can still catch that kid Ling Xiao and kill him, Timur Mutu said. Master, you're right. Although Tomohiko Kuma was intelligent, it was his first time leading an army. Encountering such a situation, he was still a little flustered. Fortunately, Timur Mutu's words calmed him down quickly. The explosion continued, but the two of them did not care so much anymore. They rushed out of the city lord's mansion and ordered the army to rush out of the city. Listen to my orders. Divide into 2 armies and attack the north and south gates respectively. He had more than 1 million soldiers. If they only attacked one gate, it might waste a lot of combat power. Therefore, splitting up was the best choice. However, all of this was within Ling Zhao's expectations. When the Black Crow Empire's army approached the city gates, the formations suddenly lit up. All kinds of attacks came from all directions, and they were actually attacking the city. What's going on? It's only been a day and the defense formation has been turned around. Unless it's a formation master, who else can do this? Another miscalculation. Even though Jiomar Jian and Timur Mutu had done a thorough investigation of the northern desert city and knew how powerful Xu Gaming was, they still didn't know how powerful he was. However, according to their analysis, Xu Gaming's mecha soldiers were unable to do this at all. However, they had miscalculated a person. That was Ling Xiao. Regardless of whether it was the explosives or the reversal of the formation, these were all changed because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been hiding the explosives in the mountain river world. They came in handy at this time. As for the reversal formation, it was not worth mentioning to him. He only needed to change the connection points of the formation. It would not take more than 10 minutes for the formation to be reversed. That young man is more terrifying than we thought. This is like catching a turtle in a jar. Although Mu Tu was angry, he had to admit that Ling Zhao's performance was far beyond his expectations. Is he still a young man? He's 10 times more difficult to deal with than that Ji Ning. Although they were shocked, they had no choice but to attack with all their might. Although the defense formation was powerful, it could not withstand the Black Crow Empire's attack. After losing nearly 300,000 soldiers, the north and south gates were blasted open at the same time. In addition to the soldiers who were killed by the explosion, the total loss was more than 500,000. Having too many people was also troublesome. Because they were more densely packed, as long as the explosives exploded, someone would definitely be killed. It was the same for the defense formation's attack. Everyone, charge to the north gate! Even after losing 500,000 soldiers, the Black Crow Empire's army was still around 700,000. Tomohiko Kuma and Mu Tu both knew that Ling Zhao's side only had 40,000 soldiers at most. The difference in numbers was very large. Even if there was an ambush, they would not be afraid. Therefore, charging in one direction was the best choice. The reason why they chose the north gate and not the south gate was obviously to retreat. The south gate led to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Once they went there, their retreat would be blocked. That would be terrible. As for the north, they could attack or retreat. It was much more convenient than now. At this time, although Mu Tu and Tomohiko Kuma could still maintain their calm, the Black Crow Empire's army was already in chaos. There were hundreds of thousands of people. It was impossible for all of them to maintain their calm. With this chaos, not only would their morale drop, their battle strength would also decrease greatly. The Black Crow Empire's army had yet to leave the city when suddenly, singing could be heard from all directions. Any soldier of the Black Crow Empire could hear this song very clearly. Because it was a folk song of the Black Crow Empire. Hearing such a song, the Black Crow Empire's army panicked. Many people thought of their families back home, and were not willing to continue fighting. Deserters began to appear. To an army, deserters were fatal. It affected their morale too much. It was worse than a dead person. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 people fled in panic. Under Ling Xiao's arrangement, these deserters were not stopped. They threw away their armor and fled in panic. Seeing this scene, even the usually calm Mu Tu and Tomohiko Kuma panicked. What a Ling Xiao! He even used a psychological attack. But why does he have so many people? Tomohiko Kuma asked. We almost forgot. In addition to tens of thousands of soldiers, there are also hundreds of thousands of civilians in northern Desert City. Added together, there are more than 200,000. Mu Tu sighed and said, perhaps on normal days these commoners are just a motley crew. But today, our soldiers have already become birds that are startled by the twang of a bow. Little Duke, you lead the troops and retreat. Master will bring up the rear. As long as we return to the camp, we can use the captives to threaten Ling Xiao. Master, be careful. At this moment, Tomohiko Kuma did not have time to think. If he wanted to regroup and reverse the situation, he had to return to the camp. Timur Mu Tu stayed at the back and paid close attention to the situation around him. After all, he was an expert and had the ability to change the situation. As long as Ling Xiao dared to show himself, he would kill Ling Xiao. Boom! 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 Suddenly, flames soared into the sky. Countless thunderbolt bombs were thrown into the crowd. Immediately, people were thrown off their horses, and there were countless casualties. Not only were they killed by the explosion, but they were also trampled to death by their own people. In the canyon ahead, Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at Mu Tuesday. In his eyes, the opponent was not Tomohiko Kuma, but this old man. Tomohiko Kuma was smart, but his combat experience was too poor. If he was given a few years of training, he would definitely become the second Mu Tuesday. But now, Tomohiko Kuma was not enough. Chapter 1060. Kid, this old man really admires you. You have both wisdom and courage. This old man is sincerely convinced. However, you seem to have forgotten that in front of this old man, your little bit of strength is simply not enough to look at. Timur Mutu did not care about the thunderbolts that were flying at him. He leaped into the air above the canyon. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, the battle would be over. Old man Mutu, Governor Ling's plan is flawless. How could he not know what you are thinking? Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong suddenly appeared in the air and blocked Mutu's path. Aren't you two locked up? Mu Tu was stunned for a moment, and slowed down. Hee, although you left 50,000 soldiers in the camp to guard us, it's a pity that you can send people to infiltrate the northern desert city. Can't I? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. While he was executing his plan, the assassins who had infiltrated the Black Crow Empire's army began to move. Their mission was to rescue Feng Qingyan, LV Chenglong, and the others. Amazing! You are really amazing! You are so smart at such a young age. I have underestimated you. However, do you think these two trash can stop me? Although Mu Tu was shocked by Ling Xiao's cunning, he became even calmer at this moment. It was useless to think too much. The only way to turn the situation around was to kill Ling Xiao. Or capture him alive. Feng Qingyan's strength was not as good as his. According to his estimation, he should be able to take him down within 100 moves. LV Chenglong was not worth mentioning. During this period, it did not matter how many soldiers were killed or injured. As long as he could win in the end, it did not matter even if he became a general without an army. However, Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. He could not figure out what this boy was thinking. Although the Black Crow army had a large number of people, they were just leeks waiting to be harvested. They did not have much combat power left. Chaos. Panic. This became the main theme of the Black Crow army. Among these people, there were hundreds of Black Crow knights who were protecting Tomohiko Kuma. They were trying to break through the encirclement. These people were Tomohiko Kuma's personal guards. Their strength was above the 6 arts heavens, and the strongest had reached the grotto heaven realm. No matter if it was their own people or the northern desert army, they would kill them all in cold blood. They just wanted to open up a bloody path for Tomohiko Kuma. Finally, they broke out of the encirclement. However, they had also lost more than 100 lives. There were still 300 people left. Tomohiko Kuma's heart ached when he saw this. After all, these people were personally trained by him to fight for the throne. They were all the most loyal subordinates. He would be heartbroken if one of them died, let alone 100 of them. Ling Xiao, I will definitely kill you! Tomohiko Kuma knew that he couldn't cry, nor could he stay. He had completely lost this battle. He lost without any suspense. But he couldn't die. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for revenge. Stay, little Duke. Tomohiko Kuma heard a devilish voice. Although the voice was beautiful and pleasant to the ears, it was like the voice of a devil to him. Cold Plum stood there, holding a sword in one hand and looking coldly at Tomohiko Kuma. At this moment, Cold Plum was displaying the strength of a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. Although this would cost her a lot, she had to do it in this battle. You guys take the little Duke and leave. I will stop this woman. A personal guard from the first Grotto Heaven Realm shouted and rushed toward Cold Plum. However, a cold light flashed and his head fell to the ground in an instant. Plum blossoms danced in the air. More than 10 of the remaining 300 personal guards died in an instant. Cold Plum never showed mercy. Those who were attacked by her would definitely die. Tomohiko Kuma knew that he was no match for this woman. He had to run. Don't be afraid, little Duke. I'm here to save you. Just as Cold Plum was approaching Tomohiko Kuma, a general riding a black crow appeared. He held 2 large hammers in his hands. His cultivation was at the half-step yin-yang realm. Mu-Tu was not the only expert in the Black Crow army. Of course, Mu-Tu was the only yin-yang realm expert, but there were many other experts. Thank you, General. Tomohiko Kuma wiped his cold sweat and left under the escort of his personal guards. On the canyon, Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. No matter how smart he was, he still had to rely on his strength to support it. If his strength had reached Mu-Tu's level, then this plan would have achieved the most perfect result. Not only would Tomohiko Kuma die, but Timur and Mu-Tu would also die. Now, not only did he have to watch Tomohiko Kuma escape, but he also had to face Mu-Tu's threat. LV Chenglong was sent flying by Mu-Tu's palm strike. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Feng Qingyan's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. Ling Xiao, give me your life. After I kill you, I'll kill all of you. I'll let you know how stupid it is to go against the Black Crow Empire. To Mu-Tu, a plan was not as useful as strength. In his eyes, Ling Xiao, the nightmare of the Black Crow army, was not even worth mentioning. He only needed to stretch out his hand to kill this kid. Seeing that Feng Qingyan was desperately trying to stop Mu-Tu, Ling Xiao said calmly, Vice Principal Feng, move aside. It's worth it to die in the hands of the famous Black Crow Divine Marshal, Timur and Mu-Tuesday. It's enough for my name to go down in history. Feng Qingyan did not understand why Ling Xiao was doing this. However, he still moved aside because he trusted Ling Xiao. However, since he moved aside, Mu-Tu did not dare to attack anymore. What's wrong, Senior Mu-Tu? I'm standing right here. You can easily kill me. Hurry up and attack. The smile on Ling Xiao's face was still there. The more it was like this, the more Mu-Tu did not dare to move forward. He looked around cautiously, afraid that there would be an ambush. Although he had defeated LV Chenglong and Feng Qingyan, he was still injured. Although it was not serious, his combat power had decreased. And Ling Xiao, this brat, was full of tricks. Who knew if this was a trap? He had suffered a few losses from Ling Xiao today. It was inevitable that he would be cautious. Humph! Kid, you want to trick me? Not a chance. I'll let you go this time. The next time I see you, I'll tear you into pieces. After hesitating for a long time, Timur Mutu turned around and left. He went after Tomohiko Kuma. Ling Xiao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He was using the empty fort stratagem on himself. If Timur Mutu really attacked, the only thing he could do was to fight to the death and severely injure Mutu. However, that was the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, his plan succeeded. The cunning Timur Mutu had lost his courage after falling into Ling Xiao's trap a few times. "Good kid! You're really good. You can even scare that old guy away!" Feng Qingyan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Chapter 1061. Stop praising me, Vice Principal Feng. I was really nervous just now. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He was really gambling with his life just now. Fortunately, he won the bet and that was enough for him. Timur Mutu and Tomohiko Kuma had left. The remaining Black Crow army only had about 300,000 soldiers left, and they fled as well. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Ling Xiao felt a little regretful. If he could have killed Mutu or Tomohiko Kuma, it would have been a perfect victory. Unfortunately, although he had used up all his intelligence, the strength of an expert was still too useful. "Qinhua, pass down my order. Ignore the corpses outside and return to the northern desert city immediately. Rebuild the fortifications. There are still 300,000 Black Crow army soldiers. They might turn around and attack again." "Yes, sir." Although there were many spoils of war on the battlefield, Ling Xiao did not want to waste time picking them up. He wanted to play it safe, and that was still his strategy. Although many buildings had been destroyed in the northern desert city, the overall structure was still intact. It should not be a problem to set it up as a defensive fortress. However, when they arrived at the northern desert city, they realized that the city gates were tightly shut. An unexpected person was standing on the city gate tower. "You didn't expect this, did you, Ling Xiao? We will meet again here." "Jia Yun!" Ling Xiao frowned. The person standing on the city gate was none other than Jia Yun of the Righteous Alliance. As Ling Xiao was busy with the war, he did not know where Jia Yun, Ji Zhongran, Wan Qiufeng and the others went. But now, they were all standing on the city gate tower. Of course, they were not the only ones. There was also a stranger wearing armor. Judging from the style and color of the armor, he should have a similar status as Ji Ning. He was also a general and a city lord. "General Jia, since you are here to reinforce us, why did you close the city gates? Hurry up and let us in. The Black Crow army has retreated." Li Ruguang obviously knew the person on the city wall and shouted. "You think you can defeat more than 1,000,000 Black Crow army soldiers? Why don't I believe it? Unless you can bring the heads of Tomohiko Kuma or Timur Mutu." The general surnamed Jia said with a cold smile. "Is this an order from the imperial court?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "Ha ha ha, you're smart, kid. It's a pity that smart people don't live long. Ling Xiao, you colluded with the Black Crow army, killed the Divine Phoenix soldiers, and even injured General Sikong. Yet you still want to sneak into the city. Wishful thinking." Jia Yun laughed heartily. Li Ruguang wanted to say something but was stopped by Ling Xiao. "There's no need to argue with them. Look at how serious they are. It's obvious that they've been here for more than 2 hours. They ignored us when we were fighting the Black Crow army and now they're accusing us. These people are not reinforcements. They're here to take our lives. They're here to kill us. If you want to live, hand over Ji Ning and Ling Xiao. The rest of you will be spared from death, and will only be sent to be slaves." General Jia said calmly as if he did not treat the people below as humans. A casual sentence from him could decide the lives of countless people. Bulsh *T. Military Governor Ling plotted to defeat the Black Crow army and shock the Black Crow Empire. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also contributed. How can we let you capture him? Zhang Yufei scolded. "General Jia, why don't we let the people into the city? I'll lead the army to chase after the Black Crow army," Ling Xiao said. "No, who knows if there are any spies among the peasants? If you don't get lost, we'll attack. Archers, get ready. General Jia looked at the people below, his face full of contempt. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Ling Xiao was shocked when he saw that General Jia was really going to attack. He quickly shouted. Even so, it was too late. Arrows rained down from the city tower. The soldiers who were not killed by the Black Crow army died tragically in the hands of their own people. Under the rain of arrows, the casualties of the people were extremely serious. They could only blame themselves for trusting the people. They did not expect these people to attack their own people. Jia Yun, Wan Qiufen, Ji Zhongran, and all of you. If I, Ling Xiao, am not dead, I'll kill all of you. After losing almost 2,000 people, the army finally left the range of the archers. Passed down the order. Let's set up camp at the northern desert pass first. We'll see what we can do when General Jining wakes up. Ling Xiao could not fight with General Jia now. Once the battle started, the name of rebellion would be set in stone. This decision had to be made by Jining. Fortunately, Jining's detoxification process was very smooth. He should be able to wake up soon. There was no shortage of food, so there was no need to worry. At least, they could stay at the northern desert pass for a month. A day later, dark spies reported that the Black Crow army had stopped retreating and set up camp at a place 60 miles away from the northern desert pass. There were about 350,000 of them. However, Tomohiko Kuma's whereabouts were unknown. Mu too had sent people out to look for him. This is an opportunity. Ling Xiao stood up and looked into the distance. The only reason General Jia did not allow them to enter the city was that they did not have evidence to prove that they had defeated the Black Crow army. However, what if they had Tomohiko Kuma's head? Ling Xiao called Qin Hua, Zhuge Ming, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, Han Miankeo and the others and said, After I leave, Qin Hua will be in charge of this place temporarily. Wait until the general wakes up. Don't they want Tomohiko Kuma's head? I'll go get it for them now. Let's see what else they can say. I don't agree. It's too dangerous. Han Miankeo was the first to object. The others also wanted to object, but Ling Xiao interrupted them. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you an order. Don't make me repeat myself. Although it's dangerous, I have my own plans. What you need to do is to protect the general and these people. After giving the order, Ling Xiao took out all the food in the mountain river world and left quietly. Because he had activated the shadow armor and shadow steps, no one in the northern desert city knew that he had left. Ling Xiao was confident that although he was not as strong as Timur Mutu, he would not lose to Timur Mutu when it came to finding people. A day later, his soul power found Tomohiko Kuma's whereabouts. 100 miles away, Tomohiko Kuma was resting under the protection of nearly 300 guards. Looking at them, it seemed that they were going to return to the Black Crow Empire. However, Timur Mutu was going in the wrong direction. An opportunity! Ling Xiao hurriedly chased after them and used the shadow steps to the extreme. Finally, after 2 hours, he saw Tomohiko Kuma who was preparing to leave. He didn't remove his shadow armor or shadow steps. This was because Ling Xiao knew that his cultivation was not as good as Tomohiko Kuma's. Unless it was a sneak attack, he would not be able to defeat him. However, when the shadow cone was 10 meters away from Tomohiko Kuma suddenly threw the teacup in his hand. The teacup in the air exploded and turned into fragments, blocking the shadow cone's attack. Chapter 1062. Amazing! Ling Xiao was secretly surprised. It seemed that assassinating Tomohiko Kuma would not be an easy task. However, he had patience. If the first time was not enough, he would try again. If the second time was not enough, he would try again. He had to bring Tomohiko Kuma's head back. Escort the little duke, let's go! Although the guards could sense the enemy's presence, they could not see Ling Xiao. Hence, the only thing they could do now was to use their bodies to protect Tomohiko Kuma and continue to run. Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. His first attempt had failed. If he were to act again, he would have to choose a better opportunity. Hence, he chased after them. After all, Tomohiko Kuma's head was related to the lives of tens of thousands of people. He did not want to give it up so easily. His opponent was riding on a black crow. Ling Xiao had no choice but to advance on foot. This was because both the shadow armor and shadow steps could not make external objects invisible at the same time. On both sides were desert plants that kept retreating. Below his feet was a vast expanse of yellow sand. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was only Tomohiko Kuma, who was riding on a black crow with a stiff expression. Tomohiko Kuma was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. He had been prepared to go all out with great ambition. However, he had fallen into the hands of Ling Xiao. Furthermore, this Ling Xiao was even younger than him. This blow was hard for Tomohiko Kuma to recover from. He could only run now. Run for his life. Because if he stopped, he might die a horrible death. He did not want to die. He was only 17 years old and had a bright future ahead of him. If he died now, everything would be gone. Luckily, my inner strength is stronger than the average warrior's. Otherwise, I would not be able to catch up. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, abandoned all thoughts, and continued to chase. He did not know what Tomohiko Kuma was thinking. He only knew that if he did not bring Tomohiko Kuma's head back, the 200,000 soldiers and civilians would starve to death. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao felt that the desert had gradually turned into a green grassland. He should have already entered the Black Crow Empire. At the border between the Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire, there was a large desert area. Although there were plants, there were very few of them. One had to enter the border between the two empires to be able to see grassland or forests. No wonder I used up so much inner strength. I did not expect that I would chase them all the way to the Black Crow Empire. Ling Xiao took a moment to rest before stuffing a handful of spirit chi pills into his mouth, chewing them as if they were stir-fried beans. Then, he continued to chase. Finally, a blood-curdling scream rang out. It was the Black Crow Beast's scream. The Black Crow Beast under Tomohiko Kuma actually fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth, unable to continue forward. The rest of the Black Crow Beasts were also panting heavily. They were lying on the ground, obviously unable to move. Ling Xiao actually exhausted the Black Crow Beast to death. This kind of physical strength and inner strength reminded him of the crazy training he had done to his body. Now, the advantage of his strong body was completely revealed. Even the Black Crow Beast's endurance was not as good as his. You guys take the little Duke and leave first. The personal guards saw that this was not going to work. Since the Black Crow Beast could not move forward, they could only stay and stall for time. They did not know how strong the people chasing them were, so they left nearly 20 people behind. The remaining personal guards protected Tomohiko Kuma and continued to escape. Ling Xiao tried to use Shadow Step to pass them, but he failed. Among these people, 3 of them had reached the 8 Desolate Heaven realm and could sense his movements. Although they could not see him, they could still stop him. It seems that I have to take action. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He took out the Immortal Fury Lotus from his storage ring and threw it out. Every time the Immortal Fury Lotus was used, it would take a long time to accumulate energy before it could be used again. This time would take more than a day. The Immortal Fury Lotus in Ling Xiao's hand had obviously finished accumulating energy. As soon as the Immortal Fury Lotus was used, more than 10 of the personal guards fell to the ground. Only 8 of them were left standing. After all, the power of the Immortal Fury Lotus was limited. It was not lethal for martial artists above the 6th Desolate Heaven realm. Get out of the way and I will not kill you! Ling Xiao deactivated Shadow Step and Shadow Armor. Since he could not pass them, it would consume too much energy and inner strength to continue using Shadow Step and Shadow Armor. As he spoke, he took out the Golden Crow's sword. He had to go all out in the face of those who blocked his way. This was different from the battle on the fighting stage. At that time, it was a one-on-one battle. Now, it was a 1-on-8 battle and his opponents were stronger than him. It's him? The personal guards recognized Ling Xiao at a glance. This was the nightmare in their hearts, the terrifying general who had killed hundreds of thousands of Black Crow army. "Leader, what should we do?" Obviously, the personal guards were somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. "What else can we do? This guy is very strange. If he catches up with the little duke, I'm afraid he can really kill the little duke. So, we have to go." The leader mustered up his courage and said. After all, his cultivation was higher, and he had reached the advanced stage of the 8 desolate heaven realm. Therefore, he dared to speak in front of Ling Xiao. "My target is not you, so you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, you will never be able to return alive." Ling Xiao was not afraid of these personal guards, but he did not want to be entangled here for too long. If he could get them to get out of the way, it would save him a lot of time. "Ha ha ha, boasting shamelessly!" One of the personal guards who was at the advanced stage of the 8 desolate heaven realm could not hold it in any longer. He stood out and laughed. "Kid, we're not as good as you when it comes to scheming. However, when it comes to fighting, you're no match for us. He Meng, don't be rash. You might not be able to defeat him alone. Since you want to fight him, why don't we fight him together? You've seen the power of the hidden weapon just now. Be careful. Boss, don't you think too highly of this kid? Just him? He wants to fight with us?" He Meng was obviously an impulsive guy. Without waiting for the leader's order, he had already swung the 2 iron hammers in his hands at Ling Xiao. The 2 iron hammers weighed more than 500 kilograms each. Moreover, they were genuine celestial-grade artifacts. Even without using his inner strength, he could easily kill a ferocious beast, let alone a human. If he was hit, not even his bones would be left. "Ling Xiao, you bastard! Pay with your life for the millions of Black Crow army soldiers! Die!" Even though he was swinging the 2 iron hammers that weighed more than 500 kilograms, He Meng was still very agile. He leaped up high and stared at Ling Xiao with his eyes wide open. He then swung the hammers at him. When the hammers landed, they brought with them a huge pressure. A series of sonic booms could be heard in the air. It was like a thunderclap. Ling Xiao frowned. Although He Meng was impulsive, his strength was not to be underestimated. Although his cultivation was not as good as Wan Qiufeng and Jia Yun, the murderous aura that he had honed on the battlefield suppressed him so much that he could not move or dodge it. He could only take it head-on. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.